Eight.
Hello, everybody. Oh my goodness, why did the game close? Hello? This happened last time. I switched scenes in OBS and the game closed. What is happening? Well, it's okay. You get like the slow zoom out of the t-shirt now. Because when you open the game, it slowly does this little like zoom out for a little bit and then it just stops on this screen. There you go. You get to see the zoom out. Game shirt. Hold on. Do I still have my... Where is my game shirt background? Hold on, let me just check. Boom, there, game shut. Oh, it's got so many Void Stranger spoilers all over it. That's kind of funny. I need to remake Game Shut just as like a throwback for whenever games crash. Or like when Borderlands has to be closed halfway through the stream to prevent memory leaks. But hello everybody! Welcome back to the Root Trees Are Dead. I wasn't able to play last week on account of I wouldn't have been able to read, and there's a lot of reading in this game. But my voice is more or less back now. I'm like 95% back. I still can't uwu voice. The uwu redeems have been disabled. And I have a feeling I still won't be able to uwu on Friday, which is very unfortunate. Because I know how much everybody likes the Friday uwus, especially for Xander, because he adores them. But hello! I am so excited to play more of this because last time I played, I finished the base game. And I started on ROOTTREEMANIA, which is an additional mode set like after the main game of actually, you're not done yet. There's still some more inheritance to sort out. There are some illegitimate children in this family. So, don't worry about it. The root trees are dead, but we're gonna find more to replenish the ranks. Via cheating. That's probably not a good thing. It's okay. But I'm very excited, and I'm gonna, like, click to start while I yap to begin with. I've got nothing locked in yet, because last time I jumped in, I was like, there's gonna be a lot of reading, I don't want to start on something right at the end of the stream, and then I just played the family doku for the rest of the stream. So, I did that! I have played so much family doku on my lovely high-tech PC, and not found out much about the infidelity, except that it's Guy Hudson. Except that Guy Hudson has apparently slept with so many people. And has so many kids. But honestly... Oh, it's raining outside. I was like, what's that sound? I was having throwbacks to the vault in Blueprints the other night when I left the kitchen tap on. And the kitchen was next to the vault. It's just raining today. You can see it through the window. Yeah, let's have a look at my board. Yeah, Guy Hudson. There's 5 kids here. There's 5 branches here where he is cheated. There's potentially more kids. Like, they could be his kids, they could be the other person's kids. This is wild. This is wild. 5 affairs. Guy, what the hell? You're meant to be like the company president. Incredible. But yes, let's leave it just like this for now. We've got the original family tree up here, thankfully, so I can go back to refer to it. Refer to everyone in there. And it looks like there's some more photos to be uncovered too of some of the other family members, so that's fun. But before I start yapping on, let me say hello to everybody. Hold on, let me not open Audacity in the background. That's not what I want to do. Now I have to wait for it to open so I can close it again. I keep randomly clicking things on my taskbar by accident, and then I'm like, well, now I gotta wait for it to open so I can close it. There we go. Go away. I don't need you. But welcome in, everybody. AFK, congratulations on the first. Welcome, welcome. Lumsev, welcome. I love the test vine boom to see if the bot's active yet. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Mari, hello. Lovely to see you. It is Lirie time. It's an hour early for you, right? Because of the time changes. Hello. Cormac, hello. Welcome on in. Kuni, hello. Yippee for uncovering infidelity is insane, but it's good. It's a good thing. It's we're finding the truth. It would be so awful to have this just never revealed and nobody would ever know the truth. Maybe no, sometimes ignorance is bliss. Maybe it's not necessarily the best thing, but I think it's good. Because if these people, like, it could be that there's someone who's just like, my whole life I thought my father was my father, but it's actually Guy Hudson from the Root Tree Corporation. But that's not a bad thing because now I get a fat inheritance. Like, I think it'd be worth like the life-ending revelations if you do get like a life-changing amount of cash to make up for it. Because that's the thing. Anyone who's part of the Root Tree family by blood is entitled to that inheritance because of the that one clause that I've forgotten the name of. The Clanstead Trust, I think it is. Clanstead Trust? Yeah, I think that's right. So it'd be a good thing. Akire, hello, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Suzume, hello. You threw me off so much with that 8. I got so panicked. I was like, I heard the 8. I was like, 8 seconds? I thought I've got like 20, and I did have like 20. So. But welcome in. I hope you're doing well. And Bree, hello. I love that it's just like everyone laughing as I change scenes and the game just closes out of nowhere. I don't even know why it does that. I don't have any like hotkeys or anything that would accidentally do that. It's very strange. Also, Maury, hello. Thank you for throwing things at me. Yes, I'm orange today. I decided to be orange because it's kind of like the syrup of the candy, and also like trees and stuff are kind of like trees are brown and orange is close to that. That is my reasoning behind orange today. But yes, game shut. And Wand Herring, hello, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Hope you enjoy your time here. Yeah, not only is he a 5-time cheater, but he doesn't seem to believe in contraception. But see, that's the thing though. Maybe he does. Maybe 5Ps was like a one-off, but all of these are actually like legitimate children of the actual spouses. And he did actually know how to use contraception. Like, we don't know that these are all root trees. It's just potential infidelity. He could have been really safe every time, and he's only actually got one illegitimate child. You never know. You never know. I'm very curious as to what's going on here, too. Because this is, the tree goes down further here, so this is going to be earlier on. Well, we know it's earlier on. It's 49. And then here we've got 1921, which is really, really early on. And there's so much going on over here. I'm so curious to know what's going to happen there. And then, oh, family tree update. Oh, the update. Wait. Who was it? The politician, Stephanie, what's her name? Who was pregnant. She's going to have had baby by now, right? Oh, I'm gonna find baby. Maybe that's where I'll start the stream. Maybe that's how I'll start. A nice thing to to look away from all of the cheating. Maybe potentially. Yeah. Oh, hour later. Oh no. The times. I'm sorry. It's so late for you now. It's like usually I'd start at like 9 p.m. and now it's 10. It's late night now. I'm sorry. Maury, this game reminds you a lot of No Case Remains Unsolved, but with a lot more game mechanics. Ooh, I have to look into that too. I love any kind of like detective discovery game. Like anything where I can root through information and find the truth. Haha, rooting through the information of the root trees. Hee hee hee. Yeah, or it becomes a fight between everyone who suddenly finds out they could get a bunch of stuff. That's exactly what's happening right now. With the main root tree family dying, everyone is coming out of the woodwork trying to claim that they are a secret root tree. However, that's why I'm here. I'm here to figure out who's legitimate and who isn't, and who's just like trying to get like a payload out of something that's not related to them. So it's either way, it's like it won't be a fight, because if you are a root tree, you are just like in automatically. There's not any like there's no like nuance to it. It's like either you're a root tree or you're not. The terms are very clear. It's just figuring out if you are or not. And it's, I think basically what I'm doing is I'm getting enough evidence to say like, okay, this is a cause for concern, or no, this is fully irrelevant, so that they're not having to do like 500 DNA tests for everyone who claims to be a root tree. Because that would be a waste of resources, right? But it's so exciting. It's so fun. Oh, it was a blind date because the stream was buffering. Oh, I see. It was rather early. But it's better to be early and prepared than not be. Also, Shale Lee, hello. Good evening. Welcome, welcome. Hope you are doing well. Hey, 91 isn't that old. It's... 91 is, in fact, the best year to be born. I'm saying that for absolutely no reason. No reason whatsoever. That's probably the most, like, outright I've ever said my age on stream. I mean, not that it is my age or anything. Like, heaven forbid, it couldn't be, right? Oh, you'd love to watch me play that game. Oh, maybe I should. Maybe that'll be a future stream thing. I should look into that. I should do that. Anyway, it's okay. I'm like 4.5 in cat years. Don't worry about it. Oh, I've forgotten what my actual cat age is at the moment. Hold on. Hold on. I am... Yeah, I'm 4.5 in cat years. 4.5. So that is, I'm still very young. Young and sprightly. And if you don't know how old that is and you don't want to know my age, just don't have listened to the stream for the past couple of minutes. I'm gonna hydrate. I'm gonna have a can of Monster. And I'm gonna enjoy it. We got the Fiesta Mango today because it was the closest can to my hand and I picked it up. That is the reasoning. And also because I'm saving all of my Lewis Hamilton Monster for the Blueprint streams. Because I don't know why. I've in my head, every time I have a can of the Lewis Hamilton flavor Monster now, I think of Blueprints. I've kind of associated the two of them together in my mind. I've got like this connection in my head now that whenever I drink a can of Lewis Hamilton Monster, I think of Blueprints. Which is really good, honestly. It's a lot of fun. But I need to save it for the Blueprint streams now, because otherwise I just think about Blueprints all the time and I don't get any work done. Anyway, I've decided that time is fake anyway, so time is a construct. You're only as old as you think you are. No, that's probably not a good thing to say. Age limits are important in some cases. But yeah, I'm really excited to uncover more root trees. I'd like to start with this. What was her name? Hold on. Let me find her. The politician. Here. Stephanie Landon. Let's look her up. That's how I'm going to start. We're going to start by looking up Stephanie. Oh no, she got married. Stephanie Jones. Oh! We got something. We got the Joneses. Hee hee. It seems Brian Jones has been busy updating Stephanie Jones's campaign website. 2 new sections exist. The first is baby photo. Yes, the baby is born. There you see a picture of their new family together in the hospital. According to the site, our daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up being very fitting, considering she was born the night before Christmas. The second is what's next. There's not much of substance there right now, but it lists some small accomplishments and finishes with the recent rise in popularity and controversy surrounding my extended family, there has been some extra attention on me. Stay tuned for announcements in the coming months about how I plan to use this publicity to accomplish bigger and better things. Good for you, Queen. You take advantage of the situation. Spread the word. Spread your the good messages you have to share. Anyway, okay, named after her grandmother. Caroline. Fitting for Christmas, Caroline. Maybe like Carol, like a Christmas carol. Anyway, let's have a look. Oh, look, he's a baby. Look at the baby. We got new pictures. Brian Jones posted this photo of his family together in the hospital following the birth of their newborn girl. His new daughter is wearing an adorable little Santa hat, and his wife Stephanie is giving her signature thumbs up move from her campaign literature. Yes, so I can fill that in now. We know that this is Stephanie Landon. This is Brian Jones. We got the pictures of them. And she's the politician. And we have a little baby who's named after her grandmother, so that would be... Yeah, Carol's on the list. Perfect. And that would be a Jones. Perfect. We've got the family tree update. Oh, unknown occupation. No, you're a baby. Perfect. Right, so we got 2 here. And then we've got the 1 here for Guy Hudson. I only need 1 more thing filled out to lock in, I think. Oh no, but then this would be true. Unless your name isn't Felix Fellows. I'm sure I saw a thing saying that it was. Yeah, Felix Fellows. Yeah, because Joanna was Zach Morden's secretary and then Guy Hudson's secretary. And then there was the affair. Born to Riley and Joanna Fellows. But we don't know Joanna's surname yet. Because Fellows is the married name. We know it's like Riley Fellows. I wonder if we can find out, like, a list of secretaries. Joanna's secretary. That's not going to work. No. Right. Anyway, that's a good start, though. This is a fun start. This is a fun way to begin. I love it. Also, Gigi, hello. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Gay tie. Oh, is that, Yeah, unfortunately, it's, I think it's the opposite of gay. I don't think the Miracle family are very accommodating towards gay people. They are preachers. And also a cult. I'm very happy to call them a cult at this point. They've sure done a lot of stuff, but I want to steal their ties. All of the Miracle family, they all have the coolest ties. I want the rainbow ties. I want that tie for myself. I want to reclaim it. Anyway, we've got baby here. We've got all this locked in, I'm pretty sure. Guy Hudson, the 3rd president. We know that much for sure. Joanna, we still don't have a surname. Oh, we know secretary, I guess. But not her surname. And we know that Felix Fellows is a musician, unless he's a rapper. Rapper's not like a separate one. Now, let's go on the list. Like, because I only started this, like, at the end of the last Root Tree stream. I haven't had a full ROOTTREEMANIA stream yet. So I only got started on a few things, but there are so many things to look up here that I was like, these are going to be quite big, so I'm not going to look into them in, like, the last half hour of a stream. That's for now. Now is the time for looking them up. But, oh, the 6 pieces. The book. I want to look this up, definitely. Sam Madsen. 6 pieces. This is going to be a big thing, I think. Sam Madsen's book was released earlier this year and details the truth about Elias Roottree, as well as Sam's fathers, Edward Clancy Roottree and John Miller. You helped verify her story, so much of the book's core contents are familiar to you. Yes, the gay love story. The disowned father, the disowned 6th member of the 5 pieces, who was disowned for being gay, but the truth is being revealed now. That said, Sam had some sections on other family secrets and rumors. Much of it didn't matter to the primary purpose of the book, and some of it is new to you and may be important to your new search. These sections have been added to your notes. Oh, I love secrets. I love secrets. Let's see them. 6 pieces. That's the picture I already have. That's the one from the background. Unwrapping America's Sweetest Family. That's a really good tagline, I've got to say. Sam's book has a few different passages about her own history with the company and the rumors and gossip she collected during that tenure. She ran the farm for a period starting around 68, after the death of Elias Roottree, until her daughter Gwyneth took over in 1984. Most of the relevant rumors coincide with the reign of Guy Hudson. Wow. Wow, not a surprise at all. Who took over as president in 78. Sam was very much not a fan of Guy, and according to 6 pieces, it was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife, Patricia. Many of their hires at the time were young single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on quote-unquote private parties. This was 20 years ago, and Sam warns that most of it is hearsay. Still, you might find the following information. You find the following information that may be relevant. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. Ooh. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonellis. Oh, let's stick that in the book to look up. Oh, I've got more things to look up here as well. Met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to her pregnancy. Oh. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Oh, was he just straight up a swinger? Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. He's a swinger. Oh. Oh, maybe it wasn't infidelity. Maybe it was like, a mutual agreement. Maybe Patricia knew. Or maybe not. Maybe he is just a little scumbag. I don't have the highest hopes for him, I must admit. Jetpacks, hello! Welcome, welcome! Welcome in. I'm finding secrets. Yeah, Guy Hudson sucks. Like, most of this thing here for the potential infidelity, it's just him with, like, 5 different people he cheated with. Like, it's him. It's this guy. This guy could not keep it in his pants, apparently. It's, if there are a bunch of hidden root trees, it's him. It's his fault. All he did was ruin the company and sleep with a bunch of people. Like, he's one of the worst ones. Oh, I had to cough for a second. He's one of the worst ones. He's, it's like, what have you contributed meaningfully to the company? You did a really good ad campaign with your twin sister when you were a child, and that's it. That's it. That's all he's really actively contributed positively. Although, I don't know, maybe some of the kids are cool. Maybe it turns out that it was a good thing. Maybe, who knows? Right, hold on. Back here. So, a party for swingers, and also, let's write down the name Elizabeth. Elizabeth's secretary. Swinger party. So Elizabeth, that's one of the names to go for. From one of Sam's farm supervisors. Oh no, the daughter is the one who was met. So Elizabeth's daughter. Hold on. Shift enter, there we go. Elizabeth is Sam's farm supervisor. And then Elizabeth's daughter was the secretary who went to a swinger party with Guy. Perfect. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding to markets previously untapped by Roottree. However, when he went on trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meeting with distributors and manufacturers. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. Okay. What's the bribe? What kind of bribe? There is also a section where Sam speculates that Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Whoa, okay. Like the... Oh. Oh, is... Oh. 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 That'll be interesting if that's true. Oh, I'd need a new picture for that, but... That would be interesting. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was the first to invite Sam to family events. While she has no hard evidence, Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using some kind of leverage, instead of it being a natural course of events. That could be, yeah. I know about the other woman. If you don't want me to reveal it, you're gonna do what I say. Ooh. Ooh. She mentioned that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Sam also says her son Ernie once asked her, "Who's Beth?" because he overheard them yelling about someone with that name. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth than the supervisor from the farm, but she never met her. So many Elizabeths. Elias, secretary named Elizabeth. Or, like, I'll write Beth as well, because it's like, who's Beth? So that would be, like, the nickname. That's so interesting. Oh. I love finding all the little secrets out. Undercover anti-capitalist. Yeah, maybe he's actually doing a good thing for everyone. He's just trying to ruin capitalism by bringing down the company. No, I don't think he has... I don't think he's smart enough to have thought of that. If he's the worst one, then who do we like most from the root trees? Honestly, there's a lot of awful people in this family, but there's also some great ones too. Like we've been working with Sam Madsen, who's now Sam Roottree. Well, she's one of the root trees. She got married, but she's the one who we were working with, like, in the base game, and she's just been so reasonable in every way so far. Also, she was adopted by gay dads, so I support that family so much. I really support that family. And the rest of the family as well seems really responsible too. It's like we had the other president who has been really kind from what we heard. He's the one who, like, saved the company and wanted to bring up the bring in the clothing company, because it was Ernie Madsen as president who actually agreed to work with Carl Roottree and Brenda White to expand the root trees beyond just candy. Like, without him helping, they probably wouldn't have ended up with the Root clothing company, and they wouldn't be as massive as they are now. So he did so much for the company. And Gwyneth has been taking care of the farm as well. Both of the kids seem very nice. Seems like a very, very reasonable branch of the family tree that has not kind of lost control, like some of them, like this lot. Don't worry about it. I mean, Ron is definitely more reasonable than Robbie. We know that much. But Ron was also the one who tried to sue his brother for, like, embezzling the company and going against him and stuff. So, good times. And then they're, like, the religious cult side. Oh, except for, like, the youngest. He's just a mechanic who, like, married another mechanic, brought in the family business. Their daughter is also part of the family business. That's just a very nice branch. Away from the miracle side of things. It's the miracles that are the problematic ones. You know, I would not be surprised if there was some, like, miracle infidelity at some point. Maybe that'd be like the second one, because when's that? 49. Could be. Could be. Yeah, the main positive, most of the negative. No, he made a lot of changes to the company. None of them were good. It's very important. Like, to say that he had no impact on the company would be a lie. He had so much of an impact. He nearly broke things. But that one ad campaign with his twin when he was younger went really well. I just thought of the dumbest thing if you had 2 kids, naming one Beth and the other Mac. Macbeth. Why would you do that? Don't do that. Oh, it reminds me of a story I saw online. It was like a Reddit post or something where someone was like, please help me. My wife really loves Shakespeare, but we've had twins and she wants to call them Romeo and Juliet. How do I help her realize this is the worst bad idea? And that's just like weirdly incestuous. Please help me think of other Shakespearean names that I can suggest instead. And I was just like, oh, that would be unfortunate. Right. Let's go back to the list. We've looked up 6 pieces. I've got some more information there. Maybe I will... I've got the Elias root tree here. Let's put the... Would it just be Beth or Elizabeth? Because it could be either. It could be like the full name is Beth. I'll put just Beth for now. It could be that Elizabeth is the actual birth name, but... And that was a secretary as well. Are they all just like sleeping with their secretaries? Is that what's going on here? Right, I wonder who Sam's supervisor would have been. Interesting. Then the root tree rift. That was when they were trying to respond to the book's release. Let's just look up the root tree rift and see what is online. What the internet is saying about that. The 3 press releases from the Root Tree Candy Company. So they released 3. The first one was fairly standard. It stated that there was no president of the Root Tree Company, but that the entire family was made aware of the release of the book and that they would be meeting as soon as possible. Only then could they verify the legitimacy of the claims it raised and decide next steps. The second release was emailed to business newspapers 3 hours later and announced that after a vote, Ron Roottree would be taking over. Ron being president, I think that's probably a good choice. That's probably one of the better choices they could have made, because he does seem pretty responsible. He seems like one of the most responsible ones left who would have like enough power to be able to actually do something. It went on to state that Ron was aware of the book, had verified the claims within, and would look into compensating Mrs. Madsen and her family immediately. See, doing the right thing. Doing the right thing. I think Ron will do the right thing as president. It also stated that the company lawyers would be taking immediate steps with the family to revisit the Clanstead Trust's terms to make sure nothing like this could happen again. No, that's exactly why the Clanstead Trust was made. It's so that if something like this happens again, it can be made right. You don't want to revisit it. It's a good thing. Maybe not fully good. Capitalism reigns overall. It was quickly clear to business reporters and analysts that the time between the 2 press releases would not have been logistically sufficient to gather a majority of the family, even using conference calls. This was reported on many news channels, and a third, much shorter press release came the next day. It claimed that a draft of the announcement was made prematurely and that Clark Rafferty LaRue and Ron Roottree would be taking over as the company's first joint presidents. It also stated that any compensation planned would be based on a stringent verification process, as it should be. As it should be. You need to verify things like that. You can't just be like, oh, you say you're a Roottree, here, have some money. But I like Clark. Clark Rafferty LaRue, as from the first game, I was like, wow, this guy sucks. He's like cheating on everyone. He's like broken up with so many people. He's like the first Roottree to have been divorced and stuff. But as time goes on, it's very much like he was younger. He was going through a tough time. He had a lot of expectations being part of this family. That sax is so distracting. I'm going to change the track. Next one. There we go. Let's have the ominous music. But I was just like, as time goes on, he's like really proven that he realizes he made a lot of mistakes when he was younger. And he like owns up to it. Like, he doesn't try to pretend it doesn't happen. He's like, yeah, I messed up. I'm sorry. I'm going to try and make amends. And honestly, so much respect to him for that. Much respect to him for that. Auntie Clark, just because of that hairstyle, wait, he can't help it. It's not like he chose to have hair loss. That's not his fault. He's a decent guy. Or he is now, at least. I mean, there could still be things revealed that show that he's still being an asshole, but I'd trust Clark much more than Ron. Ron still feels very heavily into like the capitalism element. Like, Ron is, I don't think he has the company's best interests in his mind. He has his own best interests in mind. And the fact is, he needs the company to live his cushy life, and that's the only reason he wants what's best for the company, for him. As opposed to Clark, who seems more like he just wants what's best for what's fairest for everyone involved, which I very much respect. And Enki, hello, welcome. 4 p.m. already. Yeah, it's getting so late. It's so late. The clock's changing. It's changed so many things. It's still, everything feels kind of weird. Also, Sunken Shell, hello, welcome in. Welcome. Welcome to Potential Infidelity. Right, I would like to read the press releases. So let's look that up in the periodicals, in the Business Watch. Root Tree Rift. There we go. Business Watch ran an article about 2 months after the Root Tree Rift about what really happened with Root Tree. The article mentions that nobody from Root Tree that they reached out to was willing to go on the record. Instead, the timeline of events has been constructed from public record, accidental leaks, and a quote-unquote source on the inside. The only parts that are new to you are also the most vague parts, the ones supposedly confirmed by their anonymous source. The timeline says that the family actually held a preliminary vote after Carl Roottree died, but before the release of Six Pieces, and decided that they wanted Ron Roottree to take over because of his experience running RR Productions, and because he was a well-known and well-respected Roottree. But Ron seemed way too eager and personally motivated. They were worried he would gut the Clanstead Trust to remove Robbie Roottree. Yeah, because he's the one, he sued Robbie. And he was fighting so hard against the Clanstead Trust. You don't really want him in a position of power there to change that just for his own benefit. That is very understandable. The family was notoriously unwilling to do anything that could risk their wealth. Wow, capitalism. Who'd have thought it? Who'd have thought it? They stalled, and Ron became frustrated with the delay. When Six Pieces came out, he saw his chance to force action while the family was in the limelight, and released the press release himself in an attempt to get the ball rolling faster. Yeah, never mind. Don't like him anymore. This caused chaos within the family. They tried to save face by allowing Ron to take over as co-president with Clark, but according to Business Watch's source, Ron was impossible to deal with. He seemed like he was unwilling to protect the Clanstead Trust, and they eventually let him go. Yeah, he fully just went into that being like, I want to remove my brother from all this stuff. That's like personal grudge levels. After that, the role passed solely to Clark, who nobody was excited about, but seemed like the safest choice. Yeah. As horrible as it sounds, I think that's the best way of describing Clark. They'd just be like, well, this isn't like the most exciting move for the company, but it is the safest. He is like the tamest member. Like, he doesn't have any hidden scandals because his scandals were all very public. So he's the least likely to have anything like buried beneath that can be used against him, as opposed to literally everybody else. And we know that Jim is very much out of the limelight. He would not want to be president. November Roottree, she's a dancer. She's not interested in like the business side of things. We're not even going into the miracles. Who else is there? These kids are still pretty young, Stephanie's busy with her politics. These are all school kids, Yeah, it's the best choice. Clark's the best choice all around. Because Gwendolyn's just a housewife. I don't think she'd want to be a president. Guy Hudson. Guy Hudson is Guy Hudson. Ernie's dead. Gwyneth is the farmer. Yeah, Carl's dead. He's a recluse. She's a dancer. It's the best choice all around. He's the one causing problems. He embezzled the company already. Yeah. It only could be Clark, really. It only could be. Oh, am I not a capitalist? You're hearing notes of dislike towards it from me. Maybe I would be a capitalist if I had money. No, it's, I think there are so many problems with money. And that's, like, what I'll leave it at. Like, money makes... Lots of money can make good people do bad things, I think. Like, when money is a motivation, it's not usually good. Things don't usually end up good. But yeah, it's very complicated though, because it's very easy to just be like, yeah, down with capitalism. But if that happened and there was like no form of like money regulation, anything like that, the world would fall apart. So it's way more complicated than just like, oh yeah, capitalism sucks. It's like some level of stuff is very necessary just to make the world function. It's just that the main problems tend to be with... one thing I will say that I will very happily like stand by my roots. I don't think billionaires should exist. I think if you have $1 billion, you should be like capped at that, and then there should be no reason to be a billionaire. If you are a billionaire, you are never going to spend all that money. It should not be a thing. And that is what I'll say. Anyway, enough about capitalism. Let's keep looking here. Oh yeah, because I want to actually read the press releases. Where would they have been? Would there be something? Oh, would it be News Time? News Time. Butler County Times. No. I'm just going to look through all of these for the Root Tree Rift. Picoty, no. Silver Screen, no. Starlet, no. Teen Blast. What did it say? Because it's just the Root Tree Candy Company press releases. It just says it was emailed to business newspapers. Business newspapers, look that up. No, okay. Can't be a capitalist with only one letter capitalized in your name. Exactly. Down with caps lock. Anyway, I'm gonna have a CP. From an ethics professor of yours, no system is inherently bad. It's the people that can make it bad. Yeah, that's the thing. It's, you can have the best system in the world, but if people abuse it, then it's bad. Or you can have a terrible system, but if people manage to utilize it in a useful way, then it can be good. There's a lot, it's people. It's people. Wow. It's almost like people have brains. And think differently. And sometimes they don't agree. Didn't expect such a big answer. Honestly, neither did I. I just started and then I was like, actually, I feel very passionately about this. Let me talk about it. Especially with such a business-related game like this. So much of it is to do with the corporation and the business. You have to have that, like, capitalism link to it because it's part of everyone's motivation. Like, everyone crawling out of the woodwork here to claim to be a secret root tree, they're not doing it, like, just to clear the air. They're not doing it just to reveal the truth. They're doing it because they want money. They want part of that inheritance. Otherwise, they wouldn't bother with all of this. They're going through it because they're like, I can get a fat paycheck right now. And that's what makes it really interesting. But yeah, let's try and look up some more about Felix Fellows. Because the reviews mention his real name is David. Is his name actually David? David Fellows? Yeah, okay. Yeah, Felix Fellows is not 5P's actual name. His birth name was David Fellows. It was his previous stage name. He used to sell records and perform live shows in Portland. There are some people selling his old mixtapes on auction sites. One is apparently called Dirt A Devil, and another is Dirt Poor. He's doing it for the money. But I can lock that in. That might be enough to get my first 4 locked in. Come on, David. I know you wanted the alliteration, but I need your real name. There we go. First 4 locked in. Let's go. Hee hee hee. Got him. We got Guy Hudson. We've got David Fellows. We've got Stephanie Landon. And we've got Carol Jones. And some of the optional ones. A good start. Booyah. Oh, hello. Sam.
Has Clark reached out to you? Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life.
Oh, it's Sam again. I'm so happy. Oh, yes. It's so nice to see her again. I'm so glad I could help her out. Very Obra Dinn. Yeah, exactly. It was actually because I played and loved Obra Dinn that people recommended this to me. And when I saw it, I was like, okay, yeah, this is what I want. I want more games like this with like the discovery locking in aspect. I think it's so good. I just want to play millions of games like this forever. They're so rewarding. Yes, please tell me about the last few months.
3 different people contacted me,
Oh.
claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be root trees.
I see.
First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious. But then I saw the news.
Honestly, I think that's understandable too. Like, all of his early stuff was just about how broken poor he was. It would make sense to just be like, oh, this guy just wants money. Let's ignore him. But, just kidding.
I felt terrible. So I began helping the others.
Yeah.
Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that approached me.
And that's going to be the one that had the DNA test that was not a match.
I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there.
Yeah.
But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow.
Ah.
The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions.
No, I don't think that would have been Clark. Clark does seem like he wants to do the right thing here. Especially, like, getting me on board as well. I'd say that would be more like the rest of the family trying to hush things up. Need an Obra Dinn 2. Honest, me too. Like, it wouldn't have to be Obra Dinn 2. Like, it could just be another game in that style. But I crave games like that. I really want it. Obra Dinn was so special. It was such a incredibly clever game. Such a rewarding game to figure out. I love that game so much.
But you're making progress based on the leads he gave you.
I am.
It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it.
Yes. That's fine. I will handle it. It's what I'm doing. I'm having fun.
I've sent you the case I've been
Ooh.
working on, and some company records I managed to track down.
Ooh, Clementines. Oh, I've got some company records. Oh, yes.
The records are
Yes.
quite dense, but hopefully they're useful. Good luck.
Oh, I'm sure they will be. I'm going to root through these. Thank you. Oh, Sam, you're lovely. Oh, Sam, you're wonderful. I've got so many things now. Oh, there's going to be so many files in here then. It said 7, so there's these 2 and then 5 files, I guess. Yes, it's 75, 76 to 77, 78 to 79, 80 to 81, 82 to 84. Nice. Let's look at this picture first. Mary Beth Clementine. This photo was given to you by Sam Madsen. A woman named Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband had confessed he thinks he's a root tree. The details of this case can be found in your evidence. Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Root Tree. I see. Didn't I say I bet there's something in the miracle line? Like, that doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me. I love that. I love this. Nice. Obra Dinn in space. Oh, that would be amazing. Just have some real, like, Event Horizon stuff going on. Oh, that would be so cool. But yeah, these kind of detective games, like, the things I think of are like this, Obra Dinn, the Golden Idol games. things like that where you get the information and you have to piece it together yourself, those are my favorites, I think. Like, my favorite game is still the Talos Principle. That will never change. But when it comes to, like, a specific, like, genre of puzzle game, it's the deductive reasoning. Deductive reasoning is my jam. That is what I love. Oh, I love it so much. You also need Outer Wilds in space. I've got really good news for you. Outer Wilds might be in space. Possibly. Oh, that game's also good, but that one's more about the exploration as opposed to, like, the discovery. Well, it is about the discovery. Of course it is. But I mean, like, the thing I like about these games is the locking in aspect. Like, getting the clues and being able to, like, confirm lock them in. Outer Wilds is very much more about, like, the discovery and exploration in that kind of way. But yeah, I like the things where I can just be like, this is it. Clicks into place. Solid. I've got it. And that's why I love these. Deductive reasoning. Oh, I think I actually have the Duck Detective games that I do want to play at some point. Which would be a lot of fun. I'm guessing I've played the Golden Idol games too. I have! I've played Case of Golden Idol, all of the DLCs for that, and I've played the Rise of the Golden Idol. But I haven't done the DLCs for Rise yet. And funnily enough, that's actually probably going to be my next game after Root Trees. Because now that all of the DLCs have been released, I was waiting for them all to come out. And now that they've all been released, I'm like, well, I can just go through and play them all now. And I'm very excited for that. Lucas Pope doesn't do sequels, so Obra Dinn 2 is very unlikely. Yeah, I don't think it would be like... It wouldn't... I don't think it would work as well as, like, if there was a direct sequel to Obra Dinn. Like, that story worked as itself. I wouldn't want it to be, like, stretched out in a way that, like, maybe wouldn't work. But just, like, the mechanics of the game. Another game like that. I think it would be good. I would like it a lot. Dunno, pretty locked in going into Bramble that last time. Yeah, but it's a very different type of game. Outer Wilds, like, I adore it so much. And it definitely does give that kind of, like, the same kind of rewarding feeling when you discover things. But it feels like a very different genre of game to me. Like, it might even just be down to, like, how much more active it is. Like, you have to actively move around. As opposed to, like, point-and-click games. I'm a big point-and-click fan. I like to click things. I like to be on a single screen and click around. I love it so much. Right, let's have a look at this. The email from Regina Clementine. To Genealogy Genie. Amazing. Is that my email? I love that. Do I have a website? I want to see if I have a website. I'm going to highlight that. I'm also going to just highlight 6 pieces. Because what was this again? I think... Yeah, because that's the ISP where if you search for the screen name, you can see if they have a website. It'd be very interesting if I have a website. Anyway, that's not what I'm looking at the moment anyway. Don't worry about it. This is all the information I have about Regina Clementine, née Salazar. So Regina Salazar, from New Orleans, Louisiana, and her husband Stuart Clementine. She wrote me about a month ago. Apparently the Root Tree lawyers went after her since then. By the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Oh! Whoa! Ooh, dear. Her husband, who is a police officer and never knew his father, told her he thought he might be a Root Tree, but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. She wrote to me behind his back. Normally I wouldn't be so sure, but she had some pretty credible facts. Some of it I've been able to confirm. Stuart's mother was named Mary Beth Clementine. She was pretty well known in the 30s to 50s, a singer who went on tour to a lot of churches. Churches, you say? I see. You can look her up online, and she was a pretty big proponent of adoption. I know for a fact that she came to Butler County a few times. I remember her from when I was younger. And Regina said that Stuart told her that they always seemed to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. She sent me a photo to prove that she's who she says she is. I've attached it to this email. Sam Madsen, 6 pieces, Unwrapping America's Sweetest Family is out now. Please consider saving a tree and not printing this email. Sorry, I printed it. Teehee. Teehee. Yeah, there is locking in Outer Wilds. It's when there's more to explore here disappears. That is true, but it's not the same. It's not the same kind of locking in. It's not the same. I love it. I'm not saying I don't love it and adore it. Like, Outer Wilds is still top 5 games of all time. I love that game so much. But it's a different style of locking in. I must play the Sherlock Holmes games made by Frogware Games. Wait, I think I might actually have one already. Let me just double check. I have one of the more recent ones, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I have Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1. I actually own that game. It's actually something that I got with the intention of streaming it at some point. It just kind of hasn't happened yet. Thank you for reminding me that that exists. Because I want to play that, because it's like the first like self-published Frogwares Sherlock Holmes game, I think. Like 2021? Yeah, 2021. I have that game, and I've actually been meaning to play it, so things to look forward to in the future. I want to look into all of the older ones too, though. Really want to. They look very good. Anyway, back to the ROOTTREEMANIA. I guess. Do I want to? I'm gonna wait to look at the company records. I'm gonna look up. What's her name? Mary Beth Clementine first. Let's have a look. A singer most popular in the years between 1942 and 1959. What do you know? 1949, eh? I think this is a Mary Beth and Miracle situation. So in 49, it'd be the oldest Miracle, I think? Potentially, maybe? I'm not sure. We will see. It's one of the Miracles. I think it's the oldest one. She traveled around the country performing at churches. Her repertoire was a mix of religious and popular songs, and although she recorded a few records, they seem lost to time. The only one you find mentioned was a cover of He's Got the Whole World in His Hands, released under the label New Edison. Let me highlight that. Let me highlight that. One thing Mary Beth was known for was her adoptions. She's listed on many sites that mention adoption and the history of adoption. She adopted 2 children in the late 40s, Stuart and Marg. She also spoke as an advocate for the benefits of adoption in front of the United States Congress in 1949, who were convening to debate and discuss the then recent first adoption of an African-American child to a white family in the United States. She was specifically there to detail her experience going through the system to adopt Stuart.
Oh, it's family mess time, is it?
Oh yeah, it is family mess time, you know it. Hello! Hi Kale, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the 32 months. Oh my goodness. Welcome in, welcome to the mess. We are unearthing infidelity and it's, oh, I love this game. It's so good. I hope you're doing well. Happy Tuesday. Her other son was adopted later, and according to a single line on one adoption site, under unusual circumstances. What does that mean? In 1959, it surfaced that Mary Beth had been twice divorced, both times to her manager, Sterling. This ended her career with the religious audience she had been catering to. Oh yeah, how could you? That's against the Lord's word. How dare you divorce? And while she performed occasionally since then, she mostly faded into obscurity. Mary Beth passed away in 1994 at the age of 76 of a stroke. So we've got Sterling, we've got New Edison. A lot of information about her. Let's look up New Edison. New Edison. Here we go. New Edison was a small record label based in Los Angeles that existed for a few years in the 40s. It raced to release cover records of songs that were gaining in popularity. I see. According to a website about the history of recorded sound, it was named after its founder, Sterling Edison. Its biggest claim to fame is being sued by the estate of Thomas Edison in Edison Records versus Edsel. Ooh. That's worth looking up. Very nice. Doing all right. Glad to hear it. I am also doing well. I'm having a good time. I love this game. I was so sad when I couldn't play this last week because of losing my voice, but I was like, this game is pretty much entirely reading. I can't, like, do a stream of this when I can't read it. But it means I've just been waiting. I've been waiting to explore more for 2 weeks, and I'm back. You also find a few references to New Edison and Mary Beth Clementine on sites about old records. One collector says that the Holy Grail is a re-release of the Old Rugged Cross, and says that the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. Oh. Legally changing her name to Clementine? So it would be like Mary Beth Edison? I'll write that down. Mary Beth Edison? Question mark? Another site claims that the police had to be called to New Edison Records after its owner, Sterling Edison, got in a physical altercation in public leading to a divorce. There are no cited sources or evidence, and the site's content seems user-submitted. There's an email address at the bottom and the phrase, "Send me your stories about old Hollywood and I'll add them to the page." Oh, the perfect verification there. Absolutely. Just send something in and be like, yeah, that sounds right, I'll add it. Very interesting. I don't know what I want to look up first. I feel like I've gone off on so many tangents and there are so many things that I still haven't looked at. Like, I was still gonna look at, like, all of this stuff. I've got a million leads and I'm not following any of them. I'm, like, grabbing the lead, taking 2 steps, and then being like, oh, another lead, and picking up that one instead. And not actually getting anywhere. Okay, but yeah, I think this is gonna be Root Tree Miracle, the Preacher. Let's put that in. Along with Mary Beth and the spouse, Sterling Edison. We don't have a picture of him, though. I bet we can find a picture. Especially if we go through the music periodicals. Modern Music Monthly. Heh. It seems that New Edison Records and Modern Music Monthly had quite a lot of overlap. There are countless advertisements for various covers of popular songs, and they all start to blend together. When you scan the results for anything other than an advertisement, you do find a very brief blurb from when New Edison was sued by Edison Records. By the time the magazine had covered it, it seems like the lawsuit was settled out of court, and New Edison was destined to be shut down. Oh. The owner, who went by Sterling Edison, said he'd likely create a new record company, but there's no evidence anywhere that he did. And that was the last mention of him in MMM. Ooh. Interesting. So that's going to be this Edison Records versus Edsel. We need to look this up. There we go. There. The history seems very unimportant, except for potentially a lawsuit they filed in 49. This was 49, right? This is 49. Ooh. Ooh, okay. A website about lawsuits mentions this as a fun case. Oh, lawsuits are so fun, you guys. Because the name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. A record producer who called himself Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. Edsel was a German last name, and at the time of the founding of the company, the US was at war with Germany. Of course, World War II. Oh my god. Oh. The company's founder immediately settled to try to get the case to go away, but the damage was done. His name's Edsel. Sterling Edsel? Is that the situation here? Let me look that up. No, well, it would be Thomas Edsel then, I guess. Thomas Edsel? No. Nothing there. This is so interesting. Oh, so his name isn't Edison. Like, he didn't want to have, like, a... He didn't want people to know that his surname was German. Because of the whole World War II thing. That is wild. But then would that be... That wouldn't be Sterling, right? Because no, that's the founder. The founder is Sterling Edison. Thomas Edison isn't related in here. Ooh. A physical altercation leading to a divorce. Let's have a look at Old Rugged Cross. I'm going to look that up. It's a popular hymn that's been covered by many, many artists. You won't find much relevant information about it online. What if I do Mary Beth Old Rugged Cross? Mary Beth Edison. I'm gonna look it up. Mary Beth Clementine. Yeah, the most popular one is just that he's got the whole world in his hands. I feel like if I search this, it's just gonna be like, yeah, everyone knows this song. Yeah, there's just nothing. But Modern Music Monthly had a very positive review of her cover, and the writer complimented her voice and the tone of her guitar. Other releases, one of them was the Old Rugged Cross, which is the only song that was advertised but not reviewed. Can I see the advert for it? There, it was advertised quite a few times. When it was first reviewed by the magazine, however, it listed the artist as Mary Beth Quaker. Okay, we got the maiden name. We got the maiden name. Let's go. And she is a singer or musician. Ha 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 ha. Mary Beth Quaker, eh? Nice. I'm gonna Google that. Nothing. Okay. So she went by so many names then. Like, where did the Clementine come from? Like, her maiden name is Quaker. She got married to Sterling, who's Sterling Edison. Unless his name is Sterling Clementine. No, it's... Where did the Clementine come from? Well, it's fine. I'm going to put that in. Right, I'm surprised I don't have a picture of her yet. Let's have a look in, like, here. Oh, the local one. Mary Beth Clementine came to Butler County a few times and played religious hymns at the Miracle Congregations Church. She is mentioned 2 times, though the first visit from 49, there's the date again, was significantly more substantial. Miracle Congregation welcomes Mary Beth Clementine with open arms. I'm sure the arms weren't the only open thing. I'm sorry, that was uncalled for. The article mentions that the church's leader was moved when he heard Mary Beth's recording of one of his favorite hymns, His Eye is on the Sparrow, and reached out to her personally. His Eye is on the Sparrow holds a very special meaning to me. As you know, I've had a very difficult upbringing, and it's no secret that my own eyes have always been a source of struggle. The song is about overcoming sadness and hardship through Jesus. If God can find a way to watch over every sparrow, he can certainly watch over those made in his image. My family's fortune does me no good as a man of the Lord. It's much better spent spreading his word, and I've felt a kinship with Mary Beth ever since I heard her voice. I'm sure you have, buddy. When I learned her personal story, I knew I had to help her in whatever way I could. The Bible is full of adoptions from Moses to Esther. Spending your life taking care of those helpless to help themselves is incredibly noble. I'm so distracted by the saxophone. I love it, but it's so distracting. It's so distracting. She and her son are welcome to stay in our guest home. The second visit was a few years later in 53. The article mentions that her first visit was a massive success, and at the insistence of Miracle's congregation, she's returned for an encore performance. It also mentions that the unusual circumstances of her second son's adoption have prevented her from touring recently, but doesn't clarify. Oh, I know exactly what happened here. That second adoption wasn't an adoption at all. That is a miracle child. She adopted her first child. She had a special kinship with Miracle when she visited in 49. And then the next time she arrived, she had a 4-year-old child who was adopted. Like a 3 or 4-year-old child who was adopted under special, unusual circumstances. Don't worry about the details of the adoption. It's definitely an adoption. Yeah, that was not an adopted child. That's a Miracle Affair child. Oh, he wasn't adopted at all. Oh, I love this. I love discovering things like this. Oh, you made the same joke as I said it. I was gonna say great minds. I'm not sure if it's great at that point, but... Okay, so yeah, there it is. So Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. There's Mary Beth Clementine. And then the younger one is Miracle Child. I can kind of see a resemblance, honestly. Like if we look at the miracles, I could kind of see it. Right, because where are the details here? Yeah, because Stuart said they spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. It's very true. And her husband, Stuart Clementine. Her husband said he thought he might be a root tree. I don't think that's the case. I don't think Stuart is the root tree, the older child. I think Stuart was actually adopted. But then Stuart's younger brother is going to be the one who was the actual miracle child. Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, Immaculate Conception. Yeah, it truly is a miracle, huh? The miracle of suddenly a child. Incredible. It's just the way it's like unusual circumstances of her second son's adoption. She didn't adopt that child. She gave birth. Oh, this is so interesting. How can I find more information? I'm just going to look through all of the magazines, even the ones that I'm pretty sure are going to be completely irrelevant, just in case. Because you never know. I've already seen that. That was he's got the whole world in his hands. That's, yep, coming to Butler County. The kinship. I'm sure you did. And what about Business Watch? No. Okay. Let's have a look. So here. So then these are the children. So the older child is going to be Stuart. Stuart Edison. And then the younger child, this is going to be the one that's the root tree child. The miracle child. Wait, did it say what the other child's name was? Yeah, it just says Stuart's the older boy wearing a vest. So we can put that in with the picture. We've got the picture of Mary Beth. We can lock in. We don't have a... Oh no, we do have a miracle picture right there. Haha. So Miracle Root Tree and Mary Beth Quaker with the little affair caused a child down here. And then she mentioned, was her husband like a police officer? Her husband's a police officer and never knew his father. So you are police officer. And then, does it even mention the younger child's name? What's your brother's name? And Regina Salazar is going to be the spouse. So I can put that in. There we go. And Stuart Clementine. Stuart Clementine. So he's a Clementine. So then, is Sterling a Clementine then? Sterling Clementine? Is that what I'm looking for? Maybe. Because I'm not sure where the Sterling comes from, but it said that Mary Beth Clementine, and she's like married and divorced to her manager Sterling. Hold on, I'm looking up New Edison again. It was named after its founder, Sterling Edison. So then his name is Sterling Edison. No, but then there was the other thing that was just like, his name is actually German instead. Yeah, his name's actually Edsel. So I don't know where Clementine came from. Huh. Like, why is her name Mary Beth Clementine? Let's just look up New Edison again. Yeah, they have a lot of overlap. Yeah, because he goes by Sterling Edison. I guess that's not his actual name. But then it could... I guess his name isn't actually Sterling then. That's just a stage name. So I don't actually know what his first name is. I wonder if I can find something in, like, a different magazine about what his name could actually be. News Time? Nope. Probably not any of the other ones. If I just look up Edsel, I think that's going to be too vague. Yeah. I don't know his name. But I need to figure out where the Clementine came from here. His name is Stuart Clementine. But he's the child of Mary Beth Quaker, who also went by Mary Beth Clementine. I don't know where the Clementine came from. Oh, is Edsel the first name? No, that's Edson as a first name. I don't know his name. I can put that in too. This is so interesting. There, Mary Beth Clementine, very popular. Doobie-doobie-boo. Spent a lot of time in the churches. Let's just search this everywhere again. Stuart and Mark. Okay, so the other child's called Mark. So this is going to be Mark Clementine. And Mark's going to be the miracle child. Let's see if we can find any information because of the unusual circumstances adoption. Let's have a look. Mark Clementine. Here we go. Here we go. Ha ha ha. Crocodile Clementine is listed on a website titled The Infamy List. It's a massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. Oh my god, hold on. Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of others on the list come from there, or Australia, Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. He has a pretty big entry. He seems like a real piece of work. There's a very small note about him being the basket baby of 1950. Yeah, she got pregnant in 1940. He was born in 1950. The unusual circumstances adoption. But most everything else comes from his adulthood. He lost his job in 75 as a pilot for a regional airline after he tried to board the wrong airline's plane. He was drunk. He was charged with trespassing and assault. In 82, he was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian and Mexican borders for an illegal reptile supplier in Los Angeles. I don't know what I was expecting from this guy, but it is not this. He was apparently quite successful for the first 4 years, but was caught when he had to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bitten on the foot by a crocodile, hence the nickname. Apparently, the Portland Telegraph is credited as having given him his nickname. His mugshot from this incident has been added to your photos. Is that going to be another periodical, maybe? In 93, he was released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in 94 in San Diego for violating it in an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. He famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. The incident received national press. Incredible. Let's look at the Portland Telegraph. Yes, I've got a new periodical. Based out of Portland, so there's probably going to be some stuff about the miracles in there, I think. They have a website with a lot of dry statistics about how many subscribers they have, how many issues there have been, and awards they have won. The website has no data, but I've got a new periodical now. Let's go. Crocodile Clementine. His daughter's graduation. Well, we can look that up. If we look up Billy Sims, we can probably find his daughter's name. Wait, let's look at the mugshot first, actually. There he is. Hi. Wow, he's blonde. He's blonde. You know who else are blonde? The Miracles. Mark Clementine, who was arrested for smuggling reptiles into the United States. I could probably look this up as well, like the Multnomah County Corrections Division. Maybe get something from there. Let's change it to his mugshot. That's funnier. Mark Clementine. Is there criminal on here? There is not criminal on here. Is there smuggler on here? There is not. There is not, like, arrested. Let's put him as baby for now. He's a big baby. Right. Oh my goodness. Basket baby of 50. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. This is going to be about the fake adoption. A few sites about true stories focused on and around religion mentioned that in 1950s, a gospel singer named Mary once found herself dealing with a real-life baby Moses situation. Apparently, she was a rather prominent supporter of the concept of adoption, and someone decided to test how much. They left a baby on her doorstep in a basket. According to the sites, she adopted him without question and raised him as her own son. Although it wasn't national news, in many circles he became known as the Basket Baby, and even went on tour with her as he grew up. No, she gave birth to that child. Gotta say though, that's an incredible cover story. For someone who is so prominently, like, a fan of adoption, that is a phenomenal cover story for accidentally falling pregnant to a very conspicuous, like, big figure and not wanting anyone to know about it. That's a phenomenal cover story. That is really clever. But yeah, she gave birth to this child. None of the websites state who the woman or baby were, likely to prevent people from looking into either of the people too closely. I wonder why. From context, you know that it's Mary Beth Clementine, who would later be shunned due to her personal life, and her son Mark, who would later be known as Crocodile Clementine. Incredible. Incredible. Right, Billy Sims. Billy Sims is the principal of Sandstone Canyon High School, who had his 15 minutes of fame in 1994 when he was punched by Crocodile Clementine at a graduation ceremony. Pretty much every news organization, from trustworthy to tabloid, seem to have their own take on the altercation. It wasn't the punch that captured the nation's attention, however. Instead, it was Billy Sims's matter-of-fact response to the threat and his comments afterward, as heard in a now-famous audio clip from someone who was recording the ceremony. Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation stage and said, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker-punched him in the face. Billy, apparently only slightly dazed, said, "All right, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." Okay, that's incredible though. That's really good. Clementine tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated it and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backwards somersault, which immediately brought both men to the floor, with Sims straddling Clementine, keeping him neutralized. As security arrived, the recording captured someone asking, "How did you do that?" And Sims's response was famously, "Trust me, I'm as surprised as anyone." I love that. That's so good. That is so good. What a cool principle. Oh, I love that. Amazing. Oh, that's so good. That high school's in San Diego. There's not much information about it, though it's mentioned a lot in articles about the Billy Sims incident. Oh, this is so funny. I love this. Also, Melomute, hello, welcome. Welcome in. This is so good. Mark Clementine. Okay, I want to look up the multnomah. No, nothing there. Multnomah is a county in Portland, Oregon. Okay, well, we got the Portland Telegraph now. Let's look up Billy Sims. Yeah. I had an article slightly longer than most because Crocodile Clementine had appeared in the paper before. Because of the somewhat comedic sensationalism of the events in question, and because their readers were already familiar with Mark Clementine, they filed it under a special banner called Crocwatch. I love that. We're looking that up next. It mentions that our good friend Croc Clementine was actually in attendance at the high school graduation because his daughter was walking the stage. He was apparently not allowed to attend. His ex-wife had a restraining order filed on behalf of her daughter, but did so anyway. It was unknown to the school staff, including Sims, at the time who he was, but a security guard recognized him, and that's when the trouble started. Clementine was approaching the side of the stage to try to avoid the guard when the exchange between him and Sims took place. The article finishes by facetiously asking, "What will Croc get up to next? Stay tuned for more Croc Watch." Unfortunately for your investigation, as far as you can tell, there were no more instances of Croc Watch. That's so sad. Just the one. Just the one. I'm still going to Google it. The Croc Watch, in addition to being the name of an article you've already found in the Portland Telegraph, is apparently an as-seen-on-TV product aimed at kids. It's a digital watch that looks like the head of a cartoony crocodile, but has numbers where its pupils would be. The teeth act as buttons to switch between the different options, such as a stopwatch and an alarm. It comes with a large illustrated book about crocodiles and other amphibious creatures. The advertisements focus heavily on the educational book in an attempt to make this otherwise cheap-looking timepiece seem like a good educational investment. It doesn't seem to be very popular, and is definitely unrelated to your search. No, I think that was relevant. That was relevant and important. That was definitely worth looking at. Right, back to the Portland Telegraph. Let's just look up Mark Clementine. He's probably got a lot in here. It was the one that gave him the nickname, and has details about his first major arrest. He was flying weekly between Los Angeles, Juarez, and Vancouver in a small plane. His flights were very low, literally under the radar. He was only caught because he was bit by a crocodile on the leg and had to call in a mayday because he was losing blood. He tried to tell them that he was a crop duster who somehow cut his leg on a loose piece of metal in the cockpit, but his story seemed very odd, and controllers quickly alerted the police without informing him. When he landed, they were waiting, and he was promptly arrested. Incredible. Incredible. Right, let's just check everything else. Oh, Picoty magazine is kind of sleazy, so they're not afraid to publish a few details that more reputable news publications normally wouldn't. You look up the Billy Sims incident, and it seems they did report on it. You gain a few new bits of information, though it might not be useful. I think just knowing it is useful anyway. Billy Sims was once arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a company that was found to be testing their products on animals. I like Billy Sims. According to police paperwork, Crocodile Clementine's bail was paid for by Tostarito Jacobson. Ooh, that's a new name. It was fairly expensive, I can imagine. Picotti interviewed other students that were at the event to find out if anyone knew anything, and the word going around was that Mark Clementine showed up because his daughter Mary was graduating that night. We got a name. Mary. We don't know which of these is Mary. But considering this one is married, and it's about a graduation, a school graduation, I'm going to guess this one is going to be the Mary. Mary Clementine. I'm guessing this is going to be Mary, who is a... I was 94. What year is it now in the game? I don't remember. It's 99. So that would be 5 years ago. So yeah, it wouldn't be high school anymore. That was Mary graduating high school. She might still be in college. I'll put her as college student. But I don't think she'd be married yet. I'm guessing she probably has an older sister. Potentially. I've still put him as baby. I should go through this. Is there pilot? Okay, yeah, put him as pilot. We got it. We got it. Locking him in, we've got Miracle Root Tree, Stuart Clementine, Mark Clementine, and Mary Beth Quaker. Locked him in. Booyah! And we can put the other photo there as well now. As your baby. Don't have a picture of Sterling. But that's locked in as well now, so I got the name right. It was Edsel. I don't know where the Clementine came from. I guess she legally changed her name. Very interesting. Very interesting. Thank you for the head pats too. Right. Doing well on the Miracle Tree at the moment. I haven't followed through on the Elias Root Tree yet. Right, who is that in the background of this picture, actually? Wait. Hold on. Yeah, because this was Regina Clementine. So that's going to be the Sterling Edsel, actually. That's the, like, adoptive father. Haha. Right, I wonder if we can find out anything about Mark's divorce. Because we know he was married and divorced. There, he lost his job because of the smuggling. Got his mugshot. We know that his ex-wife put out a restraining order. But yeah, we need more information. Maybe I'll just look up Billy Sims everywhere for a bit. Just for a giggle. It did report on Billy Sims, but the information's redundant with the basic information from the internet. That is fair. News time. Oh, this is new. This is new. Here we go. News Time did a small piece about the fight between Sims and Crocodile, but tried to approach it from a different perspective. Their goal was to paint a picture of the two men involved from others who knew them best. Not only did they manage to interview Sims's wife Carla, as well as multiple staff members at his school, but they hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. We got a name. We got a name. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. According to the section with Colleen, she and he met when he worked for an airline. She worked in an airport newsstand. He was a drinker and would often have wild mood swings. When he was charged with assault of a fellow pilot in '75 and lost his job, they divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with their second daughter, and she felt she needed to get out before things got worse. Second daughter, 75, 85, 94, around 18. Yeah, that would be like high school graduation. So that would be, yeah, the second daughter is the one who was graduating. She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the army. She raised them both by herself, and though she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the Webb name so that nobody would connect them to her ex-husband. Okay, so they weren't legally changed, but they were like informally known as Webb instead. So I get, if I search Mary Webb. Hey, hey, hey! Hey, hey, hey! It's like 75, 85, 95, 99. Oh, she would be like 24 by now. Yeah, okay, so Mary Webb has a website called Webb on the Web. That's a good name. It's a personal travel diary that also doubles as an advertisement for her travel agency. So she's a travel agent. You're a travel agent. Oh, wonderful. There are descriptions of Mary's services, including booking flights and cruises. Almost all of them involve extremely niche audiences. It seems Mary is the #1 agent when it comes to booking spiritual vacations aboard ghost ships. Oh no! She's got that miracle blood in her. That's what it is. Because she's a descendant of miracles, she's got the spiritual aspect. Oh my goodness. Aboard ghost ships and in specific hotel rooms that are said to be haunted. She also has a dedicated section for more traditional modern cruises that cater to specific groups, such as fans of boy bands. That's such an incredibly specific cruise theme. It's just like, this is the boy band cruise. In the diary entries, she talks about the trips she's personally taken and uses that as an opportunity to feature descriptions of amenities and excursions that the ships offer, even when you're on them to see a specific band or a ghost. There's also pictures of ships, hotels, landmarks, and places she's visited, as well as a picture of Mary herself with a ship in the background. One of her diary entries actually mentions the day that the photos were taken. She was allowed onto the ship on a port day in San Diego with a professional photographer she knows. The photo of Mary has been added to your evidence. Perfect. Hello! Mary Webb from her website Webb on the Web Paranormal Travel Agency. She's apparently found a niche booking vacations for lovers of the strange and unknown. It's a photo of her in front of an alleged ghost ship from the 1800s. It was lost at sea and turned up without any crew several years later. Nobody knows exactly what happened, but fans love to tour it and come up with their own paranormal theories. A company called Corporate Composition Photography is listed on the top left. Well, I will look that up in a second. But let's stick her picture in there. Perfect. She inherited the grifter gene, but at least she seems harmless. Yeah, especially like considering her father. And her grandfather, who she doesn't even know is her grandfather. It seems she had a better upbringing. Which is always good. Very curious about her older sibling too, though. Very interesting. Let's look up corporate composition photography. Yeah, it's a photography studio that was listed on a few different sites for businesses in San Diego. It seems to have been possible to hire them to take professional quality photos for businesses of all sorts. As far as you can tell, it appears to no longer exist. The company is also mentioned on a photography site with some IRC chat logs. Oh, memories. Oh, I miss the IRC days. It seems like the site is the personal page of a member of an IRC photography channel. They have archives of logs they've been saving since 1993. One of them was from 1996, when Val, the former head photographer from Corporate Composition Photography, did a Q&A with their users about taking pictures for promotional materials and print ads. Most of the questions and answers are pretty technical. They not only seem irrelevant, but generally go over your head. That is true, I would not know anything about photography. One of the questions, however, mentions that Val was on the cover of Telephoto periodical and asks about Iraq. The question was quickly shut down by the person running the Q&A, who said Val does not wish to answer any questions from his photojournalism days, nor does he wish to talk about LBP. Please keep this on the subject of commercial photography. Okay, what is LBP? What are Val's photojournalism days? What is Telephoto? It's a photography magazine, yeah. What is LBP? Okay, it could be a lot of things. When searching for LBP, you get a wide variety of results. LBP seems like it can stand for Lebanese pound, also known as the lira, lower back pain, lead-based paint, low blood pressure, Louisiana Board of Pharmacy, Long Beach Peninsula, could be that. And there's also a bunch of businesses. Lynch Building Plastics, Luxury Bridal Photography, Lexington Business Payroll, Lincoln Baby Photography, Laura's Bras and Panties, and Logline Books and Publishing. Could be any of these. What if I look up all of them? Nothing relevant. I think it's lower back pain. Lower back pain is a pretty serious problem. One recommendation seems pretty useful to you. When you're sitting in front of a computer for hours doing genealogy research, it's recommended you try to sit with good posture. Additionally, standing up and stretching once in a while could be useful, as long as you don't strain yourself. You know what? That is such a good tip, actually. Thank you for the posture check. I'm gonna stand up. Hold on. I'm standing up. I lost tracking. Oh, big stretch. Ugh. Good stretch. Good stretch. Good times. Thank you for the posture check. Oh, and a hydrate too. Thank you. Let me replenish brain. Although I think my brain's locking in pretty well today, to be fair. Perfect, perfect. Setting this in the 90s was the correct call because none of these people have any caution about having this on the internet. It's very true. It's very accurate. Anyway, I'm so glad we looked that up. Lead-based paint? Oh, but it's so important to know about that. How about low blood pressure? Nope. Louisiana Board of Pharmacy. Not relevant. Long Beach Peninsula could be, I think. No, it's not. Anyway, Lynch Building Plastics? Nope. It could be the photography one. Let's do Lexington Business Payroll. How did you think this would be related to your search exactly? Regardless, there's nothing to do with the root trees name. You never know! You never know. There could be a very relevant Laura. It could be relevant. I'm not ruling out anything. It's important not to rule things out, because if you just dismiss something and you go, no, it's not going to be that, it could be that. And then you'll be missing out for the whole rest of the game. It's important to cross off every possible option. Very important. Very vital, exactly. Hi, Ass! What an incredible time to say hi. Don't worry about it. I'm a very serious investigator. It's very important to look up everything. You never know. It could have been super relevant. I don't know how, but it could have been. Logline is a small publisher in California that does limited edition runs of movie scripts. None of their books seem related to your search. One of them is for the big screen adaptation of the puzzle game Fog. Is this Myst? Fog is a video game where the protagonist wakes up in a valley called Fog. The player must solve a series of puzzles which lead to finding microfitches. Plugging the microfitches into a viewer at the central movie theater in Fog allows you to teleport to different eras of the game. Each of these eras is a different valley from a different time period. For some reason, all of them have puzzles in them as well. The player's goal is to bring back puzzle pieces they find in the different eras. Once they do, they can add each piece to the puzzle in the secret underground bunker behind the staircase that leads to the bell tower. Each additional piece allows a dragon trapped in the jigsaw puzzle to talk to them. The player must finally decide whether or not to trust the dragon, who is asking them to finish assembling the jigsaw, which will bring her a tasty snack. Warning, the next paragraph contains major spoilers for Fog. This is just Myst. I love this. I love this. I love this. Warning for Fog Myst spoilers. Tee. The surprise twist is that if the player decides to feed the dragon, it turns out they're actually the snack. Oh my goodness, never would have seen that coming. A quote on the box says, "Fog is the masterpiece that will become your universe." And another one says, "It's remarkable how Fog bears no resemblance to any other game that has ever been released, past or present." Exactly, it's so unique. Hold on, they said they're making it into a movie. No, okay, never mind. Okay, but what if? What if? Just in case. Not even Picoty? Not even the Gossip Mag? Disappointing. Disappointing. Anyway, that was worth looking at. Right, where was I? Yeah, that was Logline Books and Publishing. So there's 2 other photography ones here. So let's go for luxury bridal photography. Luxury bridal photography is a photography business, which is a good start. Unfortunately, it seems like it's located in Ireland and its owner is named Nicholas. He goes by Nick Luxury, but you doubt that that's his real name. It's very unlikely that this is related to what you're looking for. Probably not if it's in Ireland. Also, thank you for doing like the missed spoiler warning. It's gonna be Lincoln baby photography then. Here we go. Yep, Val. Lincoln baby photography seems like a solid lead as it mentions a Val, an award-winning photographer, on the page. It's a business in Beacon, New York, and on the site it has a picture of a baby and a camera captioned with Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father, Val. At the bottom, the website says copyright 98 to 99. So this is very recent. The picture has been added to your evidence. Fabulous. Let's have a look at it. There he is. There's Cam Lincoln. And we've got Val Lincoln as the one taking the photo, I suppose. I wonder if that's going to be here, because I'm trying to remember what the Mary thing I found was. It was the web on the web, yeah. Because she was allowed onto the ship with a professional photographer she knows. So that makes me wonder if maybe Val is gonna be like her brother-in-law? Potentially? Like, if this is Val Lincoln? And then this is baby Cam Lincoln, who is a baby. The baby who is a baby, perhaps. Maybe. Maybe baby. Because that would explain how she knows, and also why there's a photo. But it seems that he doesn't want to be known for Lincoln baby photography. But we have a full name now. We have Val Lincoln that we can look up. So let's go telephoto. Let's look up Val Lincoln. There we go. Val Lincoln was featured in telephoto. The cover, which featured one of his photos, as well as portions of the article, have been added to your evidence. Oops. Oh, I don't want to look at these yet. This one. Val Lincoln. A photography magazine. Very interesting. This 1992 issue focuses on the photos of Val Lincoln, a photographer who went overseas during Desert Storm. He won the Sepia Award for photojournalism, specifically for the photo on the cover. Val got his start in high school when he took a photography class because, in his own words, he couldn't decide what else to do and thought it would be the best career in the world to shoot for Playboy. Incredible. But he quickly found he had a knack for it and began to skip lunch and his free periods to spend more time in the darkroom. After graduating, he tried to pivot to landscape photography, but didn't have any passion for it. I work much better when I'm trying to tell the story of a person or an object. He got lucky when a photographer mentor of his who was going overseas to cover the war decided to take a chance on him. Most people wouldn't call it lucky to go to an active war zone for no pay, but he bought my plane ticket, my meals, and even pulled some strings so we could rush my passport. For someone that had never had a real job or even left California, it was a hell of a break. Val was only 19 at the time and shot the photo that won him an award the third night he was there. The photo depicts Lisa Clementine, who lost an arm in Operation Desert Saber. We got it, Lisa Clementine. Soldier. Military? Yeah. Ho ho. According to the article, women were not subject to direct combat, and Lisa was in a vehicle at the time. The vehicle had to pull over suddenly when the road ahead was partially destroyed, and she and a fellow soldier were severely injured by a landmine. Val says, I ran into Lisa just after her surgery and took this picture. Then, until she shipped out, I kept finding excuses to go back and take more pictures of her. I guess it was fate, because that's the photo that won me an award, got me into your magazine, and also led to my engagement. Just earlier this week, she agreed to become Mrs. Lincoln. Yeah, I read that. Oh, I read that. I sensed that. Oh, feels good. Feels good. Nice. Oh, no profile validation in a while. I'm up to 8 now, but the thing is, there's a lot where, like, I've put in some details, but I haven't got, like, the full details yet. Like, I don't know a surname for here, and I only have 3 here, and you need 4 to lock in. So I've found out a lot, and I've discovered a lot of things. I've locked in all of these here, but I still need 1 more if I want to get the lock-in, because I found a lot of spouse names, but they don't count. It's like the prominent characters who are the ones that do the lock-in. Right. So I've got all the information from here, I think. I've managed to track down this whole family tree over here. So I've got to move on to something else now. I've done the miracle stuff, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure I've got what I need from that. I want to find out more about Joanna, the secretary. I guess, like, the company files might help me with that, the ones that I just haven't looked at yet. Tee-hee! Maybe. Maybe I do this. Maybe I actually look at these now. Oh, partial staff record. No, this is perfect. Yes, I will get the names. Secretary names. Give me secretary names, please. You were given some partial staff records to cross-reference by Sam Madsen. These records are based on old tax mailing information and only detailed the employees that worked directly for Roottree or in their corporate office. The many laborers on their farms and in their factories are not listed. You're not sure how helpful it will be, except for cross-referencing guys' secretaries and visits overseas. That's exactly what I want it for. Spider searching people just because they are listed in these books will likely be very time-consuming and a waste of your time. Well, who are you to say what's a waste of my time? I don't think it would be a waste, but also thank you for the warning. There, special management was Ernie, President Zach. Office staff, we've got Edward Roottree, Lloyd Carpenter, Carl Monroe. Sorry. I do like that track, but it's very distracting when I'm trying to focus. I wish I could, like, set my own playlist to just, like, avoid the heavy sax songs for, like, when I'm trying to read stuff. So the office staff we have here is Edward Roottree, Lloyd Carpenter, Carl Monroe, and Elizabeth Cravensworth. That could be Beth. Product management, Eli C., Fred Cross, Albert Cross, Douglas Rosenberg. Secretaries, Juliet McCullen, Joanna Robertson, Doris Mays, Beth Knox. Farming and manufacturing, yeah, we got a lot of names there. Joanna Robertson. I think that might be it, because it was the secretary from when Zach was president. And when Guy became president, it was the same secretary. So I think it's going to be Joanna Robertson. Let's see if this locks in. It does not lock in. Okay. Okay, here we go. Let's keep looking then, I guess. Yeah, or to tweak the volume for each song. Yeah, that would be useful as well. Also, thank you for the hydrate, Suzume. And Eclipse, hello, welcome. Have a sippy. Intrusive saxophone hired by a shadowy figure to distract you. I can't believe Guy Hudson did this. I'm looking into the infidelity and then Guy Hudson appears in the window playing the saxophone to distract me. Major expenses none. Incredible. In 1977, it was announced that Zach would be retiring and Guy would be taking over at the start of 78. They held a retirement party in November before spending the final month working on the transition. During 76 and 77, the following changes took place. There, he took over as special management. Patrick Decker was hired. Eli C. Roottree is no longer employed by Roottree. Ernest Madsen Jr. is now product management. Christine Farrow was hired. Joanna Robertson is no longer listed amongst the secretaries, but a Joanna Fellows has been added to the list. Oh, yeah, so it is Joanna Robertson then. So that's right then. Joanna Robertson, then she got married and became Joanna Fellows. Haha. And then Joanna Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed by Roottree. Oh, Beth Knox? Are they sacking the secretaries? Beth Knox. Is this Beth Knox? And they just sacked the secretaries that... Oh no, but this is like later on. This is like the 70s and this would be like the 20s. I think she would be retired. I don't think this is Beth Knox. Never mind. I just got so excited seeing a secretary called Beth, but if she was still working there after all that time, I feel like she would have retired probably. Potentially. I mean, unless she is just working there her entire life. It could be possible. 20s to 70s is like 50 years. If she was only 18 when she was hired, then maybe she's no longer employed because she's retiring and she's at retirement age. It could still be. Never mind, I'm locking it back in. It could still work. Like, one is leaving because she's quit. The other is leaving because she's ready to retire. Christine Farrer is no longer listed, but a Christine Garland has been hired, so that's another marriage. John Miller is no longer employed by Roottree. Gwyneth Madsen was hired. No. Retirement. On to the next generation. Yeah, there it is. Beth Knox 50-year work anniversary bonus. This is the one, Beth Knox. Beth is going to be the one who had the affair. Beth Knox 50-year work anniversary bonus of 50,000. That's not the kind of bonus you would just give to a secretary unless there were other things involved, I think. I think I found the first infidelity. That's hush money. That's 100% hush money. That's hush money. Let's look up Beth Knox. Let's see if there's a thing about like the retirement in one of the magazines. Maybe not. That's so funny. 50,000. That's ridiculous. Yeah, Elias definitely got her pregnant. Alright, let's go for the next one. Okay, this is when Guy Hudson took over. There, he's replacing Zach. Edward Roottree, Elizabeth Cravensworth, and Lloyd Carpenter are no longer employed by Roottree. Rafa Tunes is now listed as office staff. Oh, let's look at that again. Albert Cross and Fred Cross are no longer employed. Christine Garland is no longer working for Roottree. Beatrice Watts and Corinne Schwartz were hired. Juliet McCullin and Doris Mays are no longer employed. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing were hired. There's so many secretaries in the Guy Hudson era. This is going to take a while to go through. There, they are no longer employed. Oh, Sam was hired. Robert Logan, no longer employed. William Sams was hired. Susan Ford, the interpreter, was hired under a special category that only existed for 1 year. Who needs interpreting? Huh. One of the 79 ones, I suppose. Like Lisa Lewis, Valerie Ewing, William Sams. Did one of those need like an interpreter for something? Oh, there's so many expenses here. Presidential office refurbishment, yeah, he would. The caviar flavor that was disgusting, yeah, he would. Edward Roottree retirement party was only 7,500. Christmas tree bash, New Year's Eve ball, travel expenses to Australia, China, France, and Brazil. And oh, we know he tried to get something done in Brazil. I think that's going to be relevant. Butterscotch flavor development, caviar flavor development again. 4th of July spectacular, New Year's Eve ball. This is so funny. All he did was spend money. The volatility continued. Many new employees didn't tend to stick around very long. There, Terry O'Connor was hired. Susan Ford was moved to office staff. No longer employed. 2 more hired. No, that didn't last very long. What did Edward Morrison do? Those 2 secretaries no longer employed. Another 2 hired. Those 2 no longer employed. Another one hired. William Sams is no longer employed. Emily Seinfeld is no longer employed. But Emily Barnes is now listed. Gwyneth Madsen no longer employed, but Gwyneth Cattrall is now listed. Change name. Susan Ford no longer works in this department. So Susan Ford was the interpreter and was then moved to office staff. Okay. What are all these flavors? What was he doing? Flavor development for strawberry. That's a sensible one. Flavor development for zigua. What is that? The Chinese word for watermelon. Oh, something happened in China. Something happened in China. He probably got someone in China pregnant. And then butterscotch, and then back to the caviar again. He was so fixated on this caviar flavor that just didn't work. Back to strawberry, back to this. How long did he spend developing these flavors? He was not developing these flavors. This is his flying around the world, having sex with people money. This is so funny. What the heck is Grandorf Dove? 250? Hello? Hello? That's a lot of money. The Grandorf School for the Deaf, formerly Grandorf Dove, is located about an hour from where the Roottree offices used to be in Butler County, but it serves much of that part of Pennsylvania and nearby Ohio. According to their website, it was formerly named Grandorf Dove because Grandorf was the last name of the founder, and Dove is the Danish word for deaf. The founder had issues with government translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. That's why there's an interpreter. Oh, I thought it was like a language thing. Well, I guess like sign language is also a language. There's gonna be someone deaf. Oh, this is so interesting. In 1990, it was renamed to better represent the school's purpose and to correct the embarrassing lack of efforts and awareness demonstrated by the government officials in those early days. The staff is listed on the website. You scan through all of the biographies and find that the principal, Ms. Ford, is fluent in 5 languages, including American Sign Language. She has also been working at the school for over 15 years. Ms. Ford's bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. It mentions that she was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson wing. Okay, so she had sex with Guy Hudson, and then Guy Hudson made a big donation to the school to cover things up after she got pregnant. That's what I'm hearing here. That is what I'm sensing from this. That's what I'm picking up here. So the principal is called Ms. Ford. Susan Ford. There, it's Susan Ford. So Susan Ford, worked for Grandorf Dove. Guy got her pregnant. Hush money to build a new wing for the school. Perfect. Perfection. So that's going to be one of these. It's going to be one of them. 1 out of 5. I guess it's about the dates, because it'd be the order that the affairs happen. It's like we got the first one here and the final one here. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is one of the affairs from like 1980. We've got that much. We just need to figure out, was there another affair that happened before it? Or was this the first one? Anyway, he definitely had an affair with her. Guy Hudson died in May of 1982. So the first few months of that year continued along the same pattern as they had always been. So this might be the last affair. Because then he died in the car crash. So the first few months continued along the same pattern as they had been. Things quickly changed when Ernie took over. Most of the extraneous expenses ended, and all of the secretaries were let go. Sam Madsen left Root Tree in '84, so this is the last set of books you have access to. There. Carl joined as special management. Ernie took over. Susan Ford is no longer employed. No changes to the office staff. Douglas Rosenberg was rehired. Oh, why was he fired then? There, all these secretaries are no longer employed. From here on out, no secretaries are directly employed by Root Tree. Root Tree instead uses a temp agency called Work Time Temp. And then Farmer Manufacturing, a few more things. Sugar plum flavor cancelled, strawberry flavor cancelled, Zigua flavor cancelled, butterscotch flavor cancelled, caviar flavor cancelled. That's a lot of money. There's no way he's spending $10,000, $20,000 a month just on flavors. I think that is him going places to have affairs. Fred Gleason 50-year work anniversary bonus. Maybe they do just get $50,000 as a bonus. Maybe that's just how it works. If you're actively hired for 50 years, you get 50 grand. That is... wow. And then that was like the startup for Root Clothing. That's so cool. Wow. So I think that might have been the last affair then. Because he died in May 1982, so unless he managed to like squeeze something else in right at the end. I think it might be here. I'll put it in. Ms. Ford. Susan Ford. Let's add you. I'm gonna do it as the last infidelity, but it's very possible that he still managed something else in those last like couple of months. So it could be incorrect. And then she's interpreter. Oh, well, she's office staff. So what would that be on this list? Manufacturing media mogul? Nope. Not one of the public speaker. Wait, no. What was her job at the school? She's the principal. She's the principal. There we go. Susan Ford, the principal. Possibly the final affair. It could be down to here. Let's look up more about Susan Ford. We can find more information on her, I'm sure. Susan Ford. Oh, nothing. Oh, maybe newspapers. Maybe one of the newspapers will have it. I don't. Muse Monthly won't, but the music one, it's fine. Maybe not. Maybe not. Oh, and Ford might not be her maiden name too. Because we've got here like a split up and also a split up here. So Ford could be like the married name. Let's go back to the school. So Grandorf was the last name of the founder. Yeah, Ms. Ford is the principal, fluent in 5 languages. Working at the school for over 15 years. So, yeah, that would work out time-wise. Left here 81, 91, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It'd be like 18 years, yeah. So she was working with the Root Trees, but she hasn't worked there for 18 years now. She took up a job as the principal. She learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. Let's just look up the Hudson Wing. There we go. The Hudson Wing was an expansion to Grandorf Dove, first built in '82. It's a separate, much smaller building, half a block from the main campus, and operates as a smaller, independent school that offers free ASL courses for the family members, friends, and caretakers of deaf children. According to their history site, they got their name after the president of the Root Tree Company generously donated 250 grand towards construction of the building. Very generous. for absolutely no reason other than out of the goodness of his heart. Definitely not because he got his office worker pregnant. There's also a very vague history section that you can somewhat fill in with details from other information you've seen about the school. It mentions that the donation came at the insistence of an employee of Roottree at the time. It mentions that she learned ASL from the main school before the Hudson wing even existed to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. After realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people that wish to better serve those with hearing issues, she convinced Roottree management to invest in the school. When was she hired as an interpreter? When was she hired as interpreter? It was special category of interpreter in 79. So I think it's going to be William Sams. I think William Sams is going to be her spouse. And she learned ASL for her husband, and then her husband got hired by Roottree, but they didn't have anything in place. So she also joined as an interpreter for him. Maybe. The Hudson wing opened and she became the first teacher at the new campus. At first, it only operated on weekdays, but since then it has added afternoon classes on some weekdays. Let's look up William Sams. Unless... Yeah, because we got Susan Ford there, the special category. We got the Rafa tunes too. Oh, let's just look up Rafa tunes just for a laugh. There, the Rafa tunes site that once had a photo of Clark on it no longer exists. Instead, it redirects to a site for a telephone number called 1010-250, which frustratingly keeps popping up advertisements in new windows every few seconds. You manage to close them, but it sure is annoying. If I look this up, maybe I will get a virus. Let's do it. I shouldn't look this up. I'm going to. It's apparently a phone number you can dial before making a long-distance call to receive a discount from the telephone company. For the past few months, you've been inundated with ads for it, and other services like it. This includes TV spots starring celebrities, radio commercials with parodies of popular songs, and banner ads for it on many different websites. It doesn't seem to be relevant to your search. The RafaTunes domain was likely purchased by a third party when the license expired. That's so sad. That's so sad. Right, yeah, because then she was moved to office staff. Yeah, RafaTunes was listed as office staff. Special interpreter. I feel like there's more to know here about Susan Ford. Yeah, because she was an employee of Roottree at the time. So there's going to be someone who was deaf, and that's why she was hired by Roottree in the first place as an interpreter. Let me just have like a quick look for these ones too. Yeah. Oh, maybe... I'll look up these names in the periodicals. See if there might be something in like one of the news ones, perhaps. Right, because it was a special thing that only existed for 1 year, and then she was moved to the office. Was she moved to the office after she slept with Guy? Is that what happened? William Sams no longer employed by Roottree. Susan Ford no longer works in this department. I think it would be William Sams related. In some way. want more about Ms. Ford. I want to find out more about her. Susan Ford. I need more information about her. Because where is it? What did it say here? She learnt it from her main school to surprise her future husband. So she's not married yet. When she worked at Root Tree, Ford is her maiden name. But she's gonna have married someone. Maybe it's Susan Sands. No. I need to find out who she married. Susan Ford is no longer employed by Root Tree. Yep. Because yeah, both of these are like, they're split up. So if she married someone and had their name and then went back to her maiden name when they split up, that could still work out. Oh, who are you? Douglas Rosenberg. This is an interesting one after like being rehired. Makes me wonder if there's a reason behind it. Let's see if we can find out anything about Douglas Rosenberg or not. Potentially not. It's not going to be any of these last ones, but I'll do it anyway. Oh, there's probably more I can still find from Telephoto, I think. Mayhap. But yeah, anyway, we've got a lot of secretary names here for Guy Hudson. Because we know the first one was here. It was Guy Hudson replaced here, and that was Joanna Robertson. So that was the first affair. Joanna Robertson here was the first. Who would be next? And then Beth Knox retired. Joanna's no longer employed. Christine Farrow got married and became Christine Garland. Let's look her up. If there's anything about her. No, because there could be a Christine. Hold on, I'm just going to write down all of the secretaries. I'm going to start making a secretary list to see who he potentially could have had affairs with. Guy's secretaries. So, like, these were the original secretaries. That was 75. So I'll put that as 1975. Those are the 4 secretaries, and they're the ones who were the secretaries when Guy Hudson took over. 76 hired Christine Farrow. Joanna Robertson became Joanna Fellows. Married. 1977, Joanna and Beth Knox are no longer employed. So the list is now Juliette McCullen, Doris Mays, and Christine Farrow. He had so many secretaries in 76. This is so funny. Like, he had all of these, and now he also has Christine Farrow. But Joanna Robertson became Fellows. There. So he had 5 secretaries at this time. Do you need 5 secretaries, dude? Probably not. No, of course you did. And then 77, Joanna Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed. And Christine became Christine Garland. It'd be so funny if all of the affairs are by, like, the women who ended up getting married. And he's like, oh, you're married now? That makes it exciting. Let's have an affair. Okay, next one. I'm getting the secretary list sorted. So this is like when he officially took over now. He officially took over in 1978. Let's get that list in as like the starting point. Wait, because... Yeah, Joanne Fellows no longer employed. Okay. So then from here, Christine Garland is no longer working. She's not here anymore. But Beatrice Watts and Corinne Schwartz were hired. And then we go to 1979. And in 79, we no longer have Juliette McCullen or Doris Mays, who were like the original ones from when Zach was in charge. They're no longer employed, but we now have Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing. So now we've got all of Guy Hudson's new secretaries in. All of the old ones are out. Out with the old, in with the new. And this is also when we had Susan Ford as the interpreter. That's important to include as well, because I'm pretty... There was definitely an affair there. There was 100% an affair there. He wouldn't donate 250 grand out of the goodness of his heart. We know what this guy's like. It's a hush money thing. Right, so 79 had travel expenses to Australia, China, France, and Brazil of 190 grand. There we go. Okay, next one. Many new employees didn't tend to stick around very long. I can't imagine why. So now let's go for the 1980 secretaries. Corinne Schwartz and Beatrice Watts are no longer employed. They were there for literally a year. And then we've got Linda Lewis and Angela Ingram. And then Susan Ford is now the office staff. And then, this is so funny to sort out. And then 1981, Lisa Lewis is no longer employed. And Valerie Ewing is also no longer employed. I just realized we've got Lisa Lewis and Linda Lewis. Are they sisters? Are they related? So they're no longer employed. But Catherine Garrett was hired. That's all the farm and manufacturing stuff. And that's also when the Grandorf Dove donation was done. That was also 1981. So that feels good to know. That feels good to recognize. And then, yeah, 1982 is when he died, but he didn't die until May, so there's still like the first few months that were a thing. And then, okay, then 82, there's no more Susan Ford. And there's no more of any of the secretaries. All secretaries no longer directly employed by Roottree. Which is probably for the best. Let's look up work time temp as well, actually. I'm going to give that a look up. If I can select it properly. Work Time Temp is a company with many offices all over the United States. The Roottree Candy Company is listed on their site as one of the companies they do business with, though it's far from the only one you recognize. As far as you can tell, there's no connection between Work Time Temp and anyone related to your search. Okay. Well, we got a lot of secretaries here. So, probably some directions we can go in. We need to figure out... I'm wondering, I think it might be fun to look up things like New Year's Eve ball and like the all like the parties and stuff. Because I think if there's infidelity, it's probably going to be him getting drunk at a party and sleeping with someone. So let's see what we can find about some of these things. Christmas tree bash. I'm going to search like local stuff. See if we can find any information about the Christmas party. Come on, Picoty. You've got nothing for me, Picoty? You know what, actually. Oh no, yeah, that was the talking fish thing from last time. Ha ha ha. Yeah, the cancelled book by Cicely Sanchez. That was all related to Guy Hudson. This was the lead I was following before that I had forgotten about until now. I found the lead I dropped on the floor. Let's pick it up again. Because yeah, there were pictures of Guy Hudson. They're going to be incriminating ones. I want to know more about that. It's all the stuff I had like right at the start here to look up. Portrait of a Changed Man. From here, Portrait of a Changed Man. Let's look up the books. Did it do? There, Portrait of a Changed Man. That's the out of print one. The book's description has this to say: what if everything you stand for, everything you know to be true today, could disappear in an instant? All of your politics, relationships gone in the blink of an eye. Would you still be you? Cicely Sanchez tells this powerful true story about a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool and became an entirely different person. Included are interviews from those that knew him best before, as well as a one-on-one chat that paints an entirely different picture. You won't be able to put it down without wondering, what if that were me? Goodness gracious. Let's look up the other one. Foreign Gospel. Also out of print, not surprising. Foreign Gospel tells the tale of a man who claims he was told by God that he should travel to Thailand and began to preach, specifically with the goal to convert 10,000 people. He returned to the United States after just over 2 years, claiming to have succeeded. This book tells his version of the story, but the author, Cicely Sanchez, also traveled to Thailand to investigate these claims and talk with some of the so-called converted. Interesting. Also, a biography of Van Gogh was done, known for non-fiction with a focus on exploring darkness in the human psyche. But yeah, a book she had been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. The magazine and Cicely herself were immediately issued a cease and desist. Very interesting. Very interesting. Right, let's look up this. Where was Antonellis from as well? That's the restaurant. This is also Guy Hudson related. Because it was one of Sam's farm supervisors was Elizabeth. And Elizabeth's daughter was one of the ones who went to one of Guy's parties with him. And it was like a swinger party. So let's look this up. Antonellis. There are a large number of Antonellis restaurants, not because it's a chain, just because it seems to be a common name for Italian restaurants. Yep. You may need to use a more local resource if you're looking for one specific one. I can do that. Let's go, Butler County Times. It's been in the Butler County Times twice. The most recent time was when it closed in 1992. The owner, Rochelle Zimmer, sold the land the building was on, and at the time of the article, she was unsure if the restaurant would move to a new location or if she would retire. Many years before that, there's a puff piece from Valentine's Day 1978 that asked recently married residents of Butler County how they met. Christine Garland, that's one of the secretaries. Whoops. Christine Garland was Pharaoh. Ha 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 ha. Christine Garland responded. She and her husband Steve, who was a chef at Antonellis, met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Is this the one? Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers, they reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. Now she has a bun in the oven, and they're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary but went back to delivering produce on the weekends, trying to save up money to move to Boston and open their own restaurant. I think that bun might be Guy Hudson's. Potentially. this new page. I'm just going to save this whole little highlight there so I remember that. Yep, Christine Garland. Because then we go back here. Elizabeth's daughter, Christine, worked as one of Guy's secretaries. Yep, a caterer from a local restaurant met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Okay. Very interesting. So that's going to be this one. That's going to be here because this is early on. And Christine Garland got married in 77. She was Christine Farrow to begin with. So that's going to be here. Christine Farrow. What else was there? They want to open their own restaurant. I hope they manage to do that. And her husband, Steve. Steve would be... Yeah, Steve Garland. Or Stephen, I guess. There's only a Stephen on there. Hold on. It glitched. Hold on. Stephen Garland. There we go. I'm going to put it as secretary for now, but I think I'm going to have to change it. Because I don't think it is secretary anymore. She's not a secretary. But then they got married quickly because she was pregnant. I don't think it's going to be Stephen's child, the first child. It's going to be this one. Maybe their second child was the two of them. But the first one, I'm pretty sure it would have been Guy. Guy Hudson. Yet again. Huh. Right, so I'm going to look up the name there and see if I can find more information about... What's his name? Stephen Garland. Let's see if we can get anything about that. Or just Steve Garland, because we know we went by Steve. Okay, nothing there, but there might be something locally. Yeah, Copper Dinosaur, hello! I have told you not to backseat. Don't. And Wand Herring, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Well, I say welcome. You've been here the whole time, but welcome to the follow gang. Thank you for following. I hope you've been enjoying your time here. Right, here we go. Yes, Steve Garland is mentioned in a couple of articles. The first was an article about how he met his wife Christine when he worked at Antonellis. The second is from months later, in September of 1978, a listing for his weekend cooking classes, Gourmet for the Groovy. That's so good. That's so good. He's been giving lessons from his home kitchen for the last month so that he can keep an eye on his son. The third was from 91, and it's titled Local Author Sued by Former Butler County Resident. It seems that a local author by the name of Mark Zimmer was sued by Garland after Garland saw Zimmer promoting his book Kitchen Tales on television. His recipe book was partially plagiarized from the recipes that Steve Garland would give his students during his cooking lessons before he moved. Mark Zimmer, plagiarism. How could you? The article mentions that although recipes are hard to copyright, Garland accompanied each recipe with a short fiction about how he learned it. These usually doubled as a way to remember certain ingredients. Garland's bean salad, for example, involved making a trade with a gnome for some magic beans. Apparently, these stories were found word for word in Zimmer's cookbook, in addition to additional stories that followed the same format. Okay, Gourmet for the Groovy. I need to see this. No! Okay, let's look up Mark Zimmer. Let's look at the book. Mark Zimmer, Kitchen Tales. Out of print! Oh, re-released as Garnishing the Truth. I see. The entire description of this book, according to the library system, is a recipe book that contains stories. That's the whole thing. Incredible. Alright, it got reprinted as Garnishing the Truth. What is this? Nothing relevant. He's going to have changed his name, I bet. There we go. Okay, we've got Mark Zimmer, and it's printing something. Kitchen Tales was a story-based recipe book credited to Mark Zimmer that had some success after it was featured on a morning talk show. The book released before the internet was widespread, so mentions are rare. One book collector states that the publishers were unprepared for the demand and that there was no second printing, so it's unusual to find a copy in the wild. You find an alternative medicine website which focuses on cooking with natural ingredients. It mentions that one of Kitchen Tales' recipes used salt water. The owner of the site has included a scan of that recipe, which was added to your evidence. She says, if you switch out the salt water in the recipe for a mix of 2/3 spring water and 1/3 filtered seawater, it tastes great. Okay, let's have a look at that then. The Plaited Loaf. There, a book that combines recipes and stories. It had mild popularity but seemed to disappear from online marketplaces in '92. You found a scan of one story on a website. It demonstrates how to bake the plaited loaf. For 2 years, Flora and Yates flirted. They grew their friendship, compared recipes, and combined knowledge. She loved his salt and pepper beard. He adored her rosemary cheeks. Then they thought sweetly about one another. Okay, these are all ingredients for the bread, I guess. But he was one day whisked away, conscripted to bake the army's bread. By the oil of the lamp, Flora's tears began to salt her bread. The recipe asks the reader to combine flour, yeast, sugar, olive oil, and rosemary, combine the salt and water together, and add to the mixture and whisk until the dough begins to form. It was 10 to 12 years later that they met again, seemingly by fate. Flora's unique dough had earned her a position as the king's personal baker. Yates had found success as well. He baked for the kingdom's 45 diplomats. One day they returned from the Dutch Isles with a gift, 450 unbaked loaves, and was sent to the palace bakery to teach a method that required no kneading. Allow the dough to proof for 10 to 12 hours, then spread it out and let it sit for over 45 minutes on a floured baking sheet with no kneading. Next, prepare a Dutch oven preheated to 450 degrees. What does rosemary cheeks mean? It means that there's rosemary in the recipe and they couldn't figure out how to include that in the story. I love just like rosemary cheeks. She looked very unwell. Upon seeing Yates, Flora was both delighted and distraught. She felt as if she was torn in two. She had not been made aware of the gift and had already prepared buns for the palace oven. I'm sorry, this is the funniest thing in the world. This is the most hilarious thing. The bun in the oven allegories. Like, the king here is going to be Guy Hudson. This is the two of them meeting at the swinger party for the first time in so long. That she already has a bun in the oven. Oh. She'd already prepared buns for the palace oven. She wished to greet Yates warmly, but was struck by fears that he'd be unable to bake with her, that she'd face retribution for being unprepared. She cried to Yates, adding more salt to her dough. Cut the dough into 2 equal pieces and lightly sprinkle salt across the top of only one of them. Yates eased her pain. He insisted she had no obligation to prepare for a return she thought impossible. But he shared her fear of retribution. He knew if they did not solve her predicament, they'd miss their final chance to bake together. In the end, instead of wallowing in the present, they worked together to shape the future. They twisted and entwined their doughs and baked them as one. Thus was born the plaited loaf. Word quickly spread of this new delight. The king's decree on royal parchment was that it would be considered a delicacy. Roll and twist the pieces to entwine them, then take the twist and wrap around the inside of the Dutch oven, atop parchment from outside inward to make a spiral. Bankrolled by the king, Flora and Yates spent their days baking together. They travelled for 45 years, then settled down for 15 more. Their souls were golden, with no regrets. Lastly, bake for 45 minutes, remove lid, and observe until crust is golden brown, which could take up to 15 minutes. Okay, the way I'm personally interpreting this right now is I think when... What's her name? Where is it? It's Christine Garland. When Christine met Steve at the party, I think she may have potentially already been pregnant. And she was worried that she was going to get fired when Guy Hudson found out, being like, oh, he's going to realize that it's his child and he won't want the scandal. It'll be really bad. And then maybe they formed a plan together to be like, we'll pretend it's my child. We'll get married quickly. We'll raise it as our own. So that Guy Hudson will never know, potentially. But then Guy Hudson would like fire her after she stops sleeping with him. After she gets married, it'll be like, well, you're fired now. I have no need for you anymore. So that would be like 77 then. So it's pretty early on. So we know like the latest it could be is 82. The earliest one is like 90, it's 77. 75, 76. 75, 76 here. This could be 82. The rest of these are all going to be in between. But we know for sure now that one of the affairs is going to be Susan Ford. Let me lock in what we know about... we know there's Joanne. What was her name? Joanne Robertson. We know there's... Caroline. Was it Caroline? Already forgotten her name. Christine even. Christine Garland. We know Christine Garland is one. And that would be... It's in my same notes. Oh, Christine Garland. They reconnected and eloped. So they probably eloped at the end of 76. So she's 76 or 77. That's when it would have happened. Joanne Robertson would be 75 or 76. And then the other one is Susan Ford. And thank you for the lurk. Susan Ford would be one of the later ones. Because of like when she was hired. She was moved up to office staff at this point, so it would be like 80, 81 for her. So we got these dates. So there's still 2 more affairs to uncover here. We've got 3 out of 5, and we need to figure out what the other 2 were, who they were, and when they potentially could have been, because then we can start locking in the dates. We can't do anything until we have the dates of them all. But I'm pretty sure this is going to be Christine Farrow, Christine Garland. And they're the ones who eloped, because then this one, there's no spouse mentioned. This is just a secret affair with a single person. So I think looking at like the secretaries who leave are a good shout. A good time. Busy man, busy indeed in all the wrong ways. Because I don't have many pictures too. I need pictures of a lot of these people. There's also all of the information about like Anonymom and that side of things too, which I haven't super looked up. What else could there be? Hold on. Actually, I want to go back and like look at 5Ps again. Because it mentioned like Dirty Davy. I wonder if anything will happen if I look up like Dirty Devil and Dirt Poor. Dirty Devil was 5P's first mixtape from the early 90s. There's discrepancies and debates about what year exactly it was released based on some of the pop culture references, with the range thought to be somewhere between 92 and 94. One of the songs, Yes I Can Jump, seems to be at the center of the confusion. Some fan sites claim that there are multiple versions with different track lists and song lengths on them, though because there's very little evidence of the mixtape online as it is, it's even harder to verify that information. I want to know what the track lists and stuff are. Nothing there? Anything in Team Blast? Anything in, like, the Gossip Mag? No. What about Dirt Poor? Dirt Poor was a mixtape released in '96. There's a lot of online discourse from people who like to point out that in one of the songs, Felix Bellows includes someone that would be revealed to be his own distant cousin in a list of attractive women. Well, he probably didn't know that at the time. The lyrics to one of the songs, Heat, mentions a few different prominent female actresses, models, and musicians from the 90s, and provides a crude pun or line about what Fellows felt about them. When re-released in 1999, most of the rhetoric was toned down to be less overtly profane, and the line referencing Raina was clumsily replaced by Dana, a reference to a character from The X-Files. I want to look up The X-Files just to see if they've put anything. No, nothing relevant. It's so sad. Heat. Dirty Davy Heat. No, okay. Anything about that in the music magazine? Was it Davy? Hold on. No, yeah, Dirty Davy. I spelt it wrong, I think. Yeah, I spelt it wrong. Dirty Davy. Nothing? Wow. Okay, right. I need to lock in these secretaries. Oh, I need to just lock in the dates and things that he was doing. Let's go back and look at the expenses again. If there are any interesting expenses here. Because this is all like the flavor development stuff. Let's look up 5 Pieces again. No, that's still the old website. Root Tree Candy Company, look up again. That's all the stuff about Root. That's... Oh, the other people who perished in the crash. Oh, there's other names. I didn't realize there would be more, but honestly, like in hindsight, of course there would be. They'd have a pilot, at the very least. They would have other staff members on board. Oh. But yeah, the design itself has clearly become much more sleek and very corporate. Gone is any history focused on Elias Roottree. Instead, the site seems to focus on the present state of their candy offerings, with high-quality JPEGs of each of their products. There are also some small ads for Root, which is the clothing company. I'm going to look up Root again as well. The Root website has a small memorial section to the deceased members of the family, but contains no new information. The most recent catalogue has an entirely black cover with no text on it. On the leadership page, you learn that Root is currently managed by a designer who was apparently Brenda White's second-in-command. You don't recognize her name, and she seems unrelated to your search. There's also a scholarship page. On it, you find information about the Roottree Sisters Fashion Scholarship. It is awarded to 3 underprivileged high school girls each year who wish to pursue a career in fashion. Apparently, it also gives them an opportunity to show off their designs on professional models on a real runway. According to the site, the fund was created directly from shares that would have been contributed to the inheritance of the Roottree sisters, if they were still alive. Like other aspects of the Clanstead Trust, it's managed by Ruby Legal Enterprises. Named by the head lawyer, Ruby Spratt. Yeah, I looked at that last time, because they hired outside counsel. Oh, they're also the ones who did the lawsuit against Cicely Sanchez. Ruby Spratt, like her legal company, is relatively elusive. The most complete source of information you can find from before her time with the Rootttrees is from the website for a magazine owned by a major airline. She was the subject of one article from a recurring series about modern-day success stories. Magazine by a major airline. I'd love to know what that magazine is. Ruby grew up in foster care, but excelled at school and earned a scholarship to study at Mid-Eastern University. There, she graduated at the top of her legal class and was quickly hired as a lawyer for a prominent firm. There are a few high-profile corporate-involved cases she was a part of. One was as a legal consultant for a class action lawsuit against a manufacturer of steering wheel covers. Another was to help a local gas station chain in her hometown of Portland with the rollout of a promotion that allowed gas station customers the ability to bet on the price of gas. Huh? How does that work? The blurb ends by calling her new firm a double threat. Her company's services are a cross between a traditional lawyer and a PR manager. I see. I'd love to know what that airline is. I wonder if it's related to Crocodile. Crocodile Clementine. Right, let's have a look for Mid-Eastern University. A notable private college that advertises itself as midway between Maine and Miami. Their mascot is the Spectres, though they are not known for their sports program as much as their education. Their legal and language departments are their pride and joy, though they also have fairly extensive computer science and robotics programs. Along with other prestigious schools that haven't quite reached the notoriety of Ivy League schools, some refer to it as Little Ivy. Aww. The college has embraced this, calling their newspaper the Herald, which is a combination of Hedera, the scientific name for ivy, and Herald. Can I look up that? I've got it added to my periodicals. Nice. Their website boasts that they have a historical technology museum on campus, including a still functioning computer from the 1960s that takes up a full room. They also have a printing press that they use to print one special year-end issue of the Herald every year. Right, well, I want to look up Ruby Spratt in that right now. Immediately. There. Ruby Spratt graduated top of her class from the Mid-Eastern's Legal College. Her valedictorian speech was somewhat controversial at the time, as it was quite serious, with a heavy focus on wealth inequality. This didn't go over well with the predominantly middle to upper class audience in attendance. I can imagine it wouldn't. The editor of the Herald at the time said Ruby, unsatisfied by simply earning her place at Mid-Eastern with a full scholarship, went on to earn a captive audience of her peers with a perfect GPA. It felt like the ideal occasion for a celebration of an undoubtedly incredible individual. However, by the end of her speech, there were many in the audience that wished that neither of those events had transpired. It was a passionate attempt to use her soapbox to proselytize her fellow students and their parents into the religion of poverty. But unfortunately, judging by the silence, they remained unconverted. That's good though. That seems like the kind of person you do want involved with like the legal money side of things. Someone who wants to make sure it's fair. Figuring out the wealth inequality side. Someone who isn't going to be like focused on the company's best interests, but on the people's best interests. I like that. I like that. Right, I don't even know what I'm expecting to get from this. I want to know about the lawsuits. Because Ruby Spratt was the one who had the Cicely Sanchez thing. And I need to find out more information about that, because that's about the book that was written about Guy Hudson that had, like, incriminating things in it. Maybe Gossip Mag. No. Nothing about Ruby there. Maybe in the other ones, though, like Business Watch? Ooh. Yeah, here we go. Clark Rafferty LaRue, as well as Ruby Spratt and her company Ruby Legal Enterprises, were featured in Business Watch after the company took over as the keepers of the Clanstead Trust. There's an article about that process that interviews both Clark and Ruby. It seems that Ruby actually approached the Root Tree sometime in late March, after the Root Tree rift, but well before ROOTTREEMANIA. An accomplished but relatively low-profile lawyer, she offered to work for very little money, so long as she could be a public face to build her reputation. The family quickly jumped on this chance, as many family members often attempt to spend as little as possible to keep their shares of the Clanstead Trust as high as possible. Of course they do. After looking over the Clanstead Trust more carefully than anyone had in years, Ruby came to the conclusion that Clancy Edward Roottree's implementation was not legally sound, and that there would be constant legal challenges without some modification. The family decided to put her in charge of the trust, both legally and as a public face, to prevent further issues. Ruby Legal Enterprises has been described as a mix between a law firm and a PR firm. Her first move, as sort of a trial run before she was even hired permanently, was to help them draft a public statement accepting Sam into the family and declaring that they'd begin to address the Clanstead Trust. This went quite well, and they officially hired her in early April. Ruby Legal is now in charge of many financial aspects of the company, including verifying any claims to the trust and organising the various charitable causes, such as scholarships, that have been set up in the name of the deceased. I see. But then that's a little bit worried if verifying the claims, if we know the legal team shut down this the Clementine one, which seems to be extremely legitimate. Why would they shut that down if it's a legitimate claim? Like, suspicious. Suspicious. I want to find out more about Lisa Clementine. Oh no, wait, she got married. Lisa Lincoln. Here we go. Lisa Lincoln is, according to a military website, you find, an amputee who lost a limb in Desert Storm. She runs a support group for fellow veterans in Beacon, New York. She makes another appearance listed as a professor at West Point, a military college. That's going to be the thing that locks us in now. I'm going to change it to professor and it's going to lock in. She teaches classes that contribute to their environmental engineering major. Her short biography on the staff page mentions that she had a passion for the military from a very young age due to erroneously believing that a family member was an Air Force pilot. While she later learned that to be untrue, her passion remained and she joined ROTC in high school. From there, she enlisted. After returning from Desert Storm, she earned her degree and relocated to West Point to teach a few years ago. Yeah, I'm going to change this to professor now. And it's going to lock in. It's not locking in. Okay, I've got something else wrong. Right, pretty sure that's right. Oh, she might have a different job. She's not a secretary anymore. Joanna Fellows isn't going to be a secretary anymore. She's probably got another job. Do you mention your mom? There, his parents divorced. His mother died after stealing. Oh, she worked as a cashier. Her last job was a cashier, and then she stole everything, bought a bunch of drugs, overdosed, and died. There we go. Locked him in. Got him. Got him. Next for... It's so funny how I've got to do, like, basically everything before the next thing happens. But there we go. Locked in. Perfect. Booyah. Oh no, now is the next thing. It's
Sam
after
reached
this,
out
it'll
to
be
me
the next
finally.
thing.
I think I have you to thank for that one.
Yes, hello. Hi. Hi, Clark. Yeah, I think you both have, like, the same goals here.
My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust.
Yeah. Like I said, capitalism.
The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision. The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few root trees are worried about losing their wealth.
Yeah, it's not about dissolving it. It's about, you can't just get rid of it. You need something in place when there's this much money involved. Otherwise, it's just going to be so much worse. You can't just dissolve it. But you can't keep it as it is at the moment, because you see how many problems there are.
I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else.
See, he's actually decent.
I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see.
No.
I want to keep them safe and secure, but I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together.
Okay, but the difference is you did get your life together, and there's a lot of them who still have not, so some of them never did. Guy Hudson was just an asshole and then he died in a car crash. Like, he never got his life together. So you're doing better than most, buddy.
Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential root trees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics.
Uh-huh.
It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA.
Yeah, that's wild, huh?
What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the test.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Happy to be helping, Clark. So this is all locked in now. That feels good. This whole tree, the whole miracle tree here, this is locked in. This is all done now. That feels very good. That's very nice. Right, I still haven't done much for Elias. Maybe that's where I'll focus next. The first tree with, like, Beth Knox. Because there's a lot going on here that I have not really looked into yet. But I'm having so much fun looking through the Guy Hudson stuff. This guy, can you believe him? The infidelity of this guy, honestly. I think Susan Ford was probably the final affair because of the dates. But surely there's got to be a picture of her somewhere. Maybe if I look up the school in all the periodicals. Where is it? Here. I'm going to look this up in the periodicals because there might be a picture of her as the principal in one of them. Yeah, there we go. Grandorf School for the Deaf has made a few odd appearances here and there in the Butler County Times since 1990. It's not too many that you can't look at all of them, and so after scrolling through a few pages, you manage to find something incredibly useful in an article that isn't even focused on the school itself. Local students provide key evidence in scientific study. Ooh. The article from March of this year mentions that the Ford sisters, who attend public school in Butler County, are one of only a handful of identical twins in the world who suffer from two different genetic issues. One of them has asthma, and the other has a deadly allergy to peanuts. Their mother, a Ms. Susie Ford, who is principal at the nearby Grandorf School for the Deaf, was originally contacted by researchers looking to identify if there were any sets of twins where one was born deaf and the other was not. So yeah, this has got to be the Susie one then. This is the Susan Ford one. And these are twins. And those are twins. Perfect. Locked it in as the last infidelity. While she didn't have any twins attending her school, she asked if her daughters Melissa and Heather could be useful, and it turns out they were. She says they couldn't be more different. My youngest, we all call her that even though it's only by about 15 minutes, is shy, but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learnt to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field, but she's the definition of extrovert and is even performing in a local production of Is There Life After High School later this year. The article includes a picture of the girls added to your evidence. Okay, so we need to figure out who's the older one and who's the younger one. So the youngest one is the one who loves running, and this is the one with asthma who's the older sister. I love that I scrolled down and I just immediately see anyways. The key word in that Butler County Times article was local. Yeah, it's a musical. It's quite obscure, only appearing on Broadway for 17 performances after a preview period. Nowadays, it's mostly performed by smaller theatre troupes, including high school drama clubs. If you couldn't tell by now, a game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston was in musical theatre all 4 years of high school. Thank you, Jeremy. You're the dev, right? Yep. Aw, this is so nice. Oh, look at this. This game is clearly inspired heavily by Obra Dinn and her story. Yes, it very much is. I hope it stands on its own and that it feels more of an homage than a rip-off. Thank you to Lucas Pope and Sam Barlow. You both ran so that I could walk. It's also inspired by my participation in the world's largest trivia contest on 90 FM in Stevens Point, Wisconsin. Thanks to everyone who organizes that competition year after year. Shout out to Portensi Frozen Pizza, which I've never tried but have heard so much about. And lastly, it's inspired by a core memory I have of browsing Beanie Babies and Mortal Kombat fan sites somewhere around 95 on my local library's dial-up connection. Thanks to the patient librarians in Bethel, CT, who took the time to explain the internet and helped change my entire life. If you're seeing this message, please come to the game's Discord and simply type "I found the thing" in all capital letters in the "I found the thing" channel. The Discord can be found on the game's main menu. Thanks. I'm gonna do that right after the stream. Wait, or maybe I do it now. I'll do it after the stream. But hey, I found the thing! I found the thing! Yay! There's one song from it that has somehow somewhat surpassed the popularity of the rest of the musical, called The Kid Inside. If you'd like to listen to it, I recommend Barry Manilow's version. If you've heard the song before, it's likely that cover. The entire musical deals entirely with the traumas and nostalgia that society collectively shares about their formative years, which feels appropriately thematic for this game. I've always thought of it as somewhat ironic that they have high school theatre clubs perform it, though. That is interesting. Anyway, let's look at the local. There we go. Is there life after high school? It includes a Heather Ford. Okay, so Heather is the older one. Heather Ford is the older twin, who is in high school still because that was 99. So you're a high school student. You're also a high school student, and I've already forgotten the sister's name. Melissa. Heather and Melissa. Melissa Ford. And they are both students. And we got a picture of them. Yeah, look at them. Thank you for the hydrating head pat, Accurate. I will have a sip of my drink. I think I need it after that. After just forgetting a name I just read. So this is about the scientific study. The Ford twins were used as part of a nationwide study of how allergies and other diseases affect twins differently. The twin on the left is holding an inhaler, and the twin on the right is holding an EpiPen. So inhaler twin is going to be Heather. And allergic to peanuts twin is going to be Melissa. There we go. We got him. I still don't have a picture of Susan Ford, though. I went into this looking for Susan Ford, and I've managed to get the kids instead. I guess she never took her spouse's surname then. Because she was Susan Ford when she worked at the Root Trees, and that was before she got married. Miss Susie Ford. I mean, maybe searching for Susie Ford, like the nickname, will come up with more. Maybe, potentially. Now, there's that there. Business what? The Herald? Nope. It's not going to be in the music magazine. News Time, Picoty, Portland Telegraph, Silver Screen Magazine, Starlet, Teen Blast, Telephoto. Oh, there might be like a photo of the school. If I search up the Grandolph School for the Deaf in like other things. Like there might be like a photo shoot that was done in Telephoto magazine or something. No, there isn't. Okay. Right. I need more information about Susie Ford. Susie Ford, I need a picture of you. How can I get a picture of you? There's going to be an article somewhere about something. Let's see if there's any information about the Hudson wing. Maybe there'll be like a specific thing about that wing opening up. Oh! Grandolph Dove was a school for the deaf near Butler and was regularly listed in articles with other local schools. The Butler County Times archives includes what seems like an endless list of snow cancellations, extracurricular activities, and weekend events that began over 70 years ago and stretched until the last mention in 1990. Amongst the avalanche of useless information, you almost miraculously discover one useful article. Grandolph Dove was at the center of a crime article from 1982. It seems that someone defaced the school and vehicles outside of the brand new Hudson wing of the school. There were multiple broken windows, and one of the teacher's cars was painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. A few weeks later, a follow-up article provides more details. There was one arrest, Thomas Hughes, who was coincidentally a former student at the school. Apparently, the destruction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. She was not a teacher when he went. He graduated a few years earlier. Thank you for confirming that there wasn't like a power imbalance situation going on here. According to the reporter's investigation into the police reports, trials, and restraining orders, Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes's current pregnancy. He was released on bail, and the school has agreed not to press criminal charges after an agreement was made to pay for the damages and for the couple to begin divorce proceedings. It seems Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes, and the Hudson wing have all avoided further appearances in the Butler County Times. Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes. Are there any Hughes in this secretary list? Hold on, let me go to like just staff in general. If anything, it'd be like later on. I don't think there's any like Thomas Hughes stuff. Let's just look him up. Thomas Hughes, nothing significant. But that was 82. Thomas Hughes. Susan Hughes, who then went back to her maiden name after the controversy. So I'm guessing he married Mrs. Hughes. He was then like, you're pregnant. I don't think I'm the father. They divorced literally like weeks after they got married. So that would explain why she like went back to her maiden name. That's the one here. I'm so sure of this. Let's see if there's anything for Susan Hughes. There might be something in one of the other things. Thomas Hughes. Yeah, because that's the article about that. Yeah, so she's pregnant. Thomas, who just got married to her, is like, I'm pretty sure that's not my kid. You've been cheating on me. How did this Hudson wing get formed? You cheated on me with Guy Hudson. I'm gonna vandalize everything. I wonder if there might be gossip. No gossip. No gossip. I want more information. Let's go back to searching the school. Randolph Dove. Let's see if there's any gossip. No, there's not. But oh, that's very interesting. A crime article from 1982. But yeah, that's going to be Thomas Hughes is going to be the one who married Susan Ford and then realized, oh, wait, I'm not the father, but you're pregnant. I see. I still don't have a picture of her, though. This is so funny. This is so funny. Oh, my goodness. Susie Hughes. Nope. Oh, this is... I have no idea how I'm going to get a picture of her. I just need a picture of her, and I can get her in here. Like, I've got the kids, I've got the husband's name. There's apparently two. There's two pictures of her somewhere, and I don't have either. This is so funny. Right. I don't think any of those people in the back are relevant. What else is here? Yeah, this is the Zach Morden's secretary. Anything else with telephoto? There might be more about telephoto. If I can find Telephoto. It is a photography magazine. That's all it says. Right. Oh, I wanted to look at the airline. The airline about Mark Clementine. Maybe that has a magazine. Right. I don't see anything that mentions the airline he was part of, though. Oh, gotta do some work stuff. Oh, that is completely fine. I hope the work stuff goes well. Thank you. I am having so much fun sleuthing. This game is so fun. It's so good. Oh yeah, let's look him up in the Portland Telegraph again. But yes, I hope your work goes well. I hope you manage to get everything done that you need. There we go. Kikuti, do you have any gossip about it? Yeah, that's all about the Billy Sims incident. Oh yeah, Tostarito Jacobson. Let's look that up. Fuego's Fiesta, a regional Mexican fast food chain, held a competition in '93 that offered free meals to life for anyone who legally changed their name to Tostarito. The Tostarito was a burrito with a cylindrical tostada shell inside the flour tortilla. According to a few different sources, Tostarito Jacobson used to be named Lucinda. Lucinda Jacobson. So that's who paid the bail. That's who paid Mark Clementine's bail. Why would you do that? Who is this Lucinda Jacobson, and why would you want to pay bail? A very expensive bail. That's very interesting. It's the miracle. Miracle. It's Edith's sister. They're all linked. Of course, the miracles paid it off. Of course, oh my goodness. It's Miracle Jr.'s wife's sister. Or is it sister? Yeah, Edith and her sister Lucinda. They're the ones who committed crimes here. That's what links it all to the miracles. And then she changed her name to Toast. That's so funny. Why did she do that? Why did she do that? That's amazing. Oh, that is so funny. It's Edith and her sister Lucinda, because, yeah, Lucinda was the one involved in the scams. That's so funny that she paid the bail. So then they probably knew the link to Miracle then. They knew about it. They would have known the whole time. That's so funny. That's incredible. I love it. Was she that desperate for the free meals? I guess so. She paid his bail, which was extremely expensive, and then she had no money left. So she had to do the contest to get free meals because she spent all her money paying bail. Oh, this is incredible. That's so funny. Incredible. I was like, why does this name feel vaguely familiar? And now I know. Phenomenal. Let's look up some names in telephoto. We might just get some pictures that have been taken, just in general. Because I'm trying to think. What might have relevant photos? Yeah, because, yeah, we got the Lincoln baby photography, and then it's like Val Lincoln does not want to be known for the baby photography anymore, but why is that? Did something happen with the baby photography? The only Val Lincoln with any kind of web presence is a realtor in Michigan. Okay, never mind. I gotta look more locally. Thank you for the doot. I'm dooted. Oh, there's a dictionary! I missed the dictionary. Thank you. Thank you for the doot. Thank you for the doot reminder. That's actually such a great way of me being like, whenever I hear the doot, I instantly go and check if there's anything I missed. It's such a good... It's a really good reminder. Sound, thank you. Thank you for the doot. We got a dictionary narration. Let's go for V. Let's see what letters we got. That is the surefire way to make sure I notice if I've forgotten anything. Just doot at me. We got the letter V. And the word we have is veil. Veil. A noun. 1. A piece of fine material worn to protect or hide the face. 2. A piece of fabric forming part of a nun's headdress, resting on the head and shoulders. Or 3. A thing that hides the head and shoulders. Oh no, a thing that hides or disguises. It's also used as a verb, like to veil, which means to cover with a veil. Or as an adjective, it's veiled, partially hidden or disguised. The origin is from the Latin velum. And now we know. Thank you for the dictionary, Redeem. I'm sorry I missed it because I was so fixated on the Lucinda Johnson Tostito situation. I fully missed it. Yeah, the doot is the perfect way to make me notice that. I love that. I'm going to go back on the history because it was the... after all of this stuff. Was it web on the web? No, because it was like about the local photographer she knows, which turned out to be corporate composition photography. Yeah, there's the former head photographer is Val. And then it mentions that Val was on the cover of Telephoto, asks about the war, and then Val does not wish to answer any questions from his photojournalism days or talk about LBP. Okay, so he only wants to know about, like, talk about, like, the promotional materials in the adverts? That's interesting. I want to see the IRC photography channel. I want to see the IRC logs. Oh, no. IRC stands for Internet Relay Chat. It's like AIM, but outdated. Yeah, because AIM definitely isn't outdated. Neither is MSN. I miss MSN Messenger. AIM stands for AOL Instant Messenger. It's like IRC, but more modern. What's an AIM? Is that like Discord? What's the save icon? Is that a real thing? Can I look up MSN as well? No. This is MSN Erasure. I always used MSN more than AIM. I had both. But I liked MSN because I like to like nudge people and do the little pokes and make the chat window bounce around on their screen, which is so obnoxious. And I would hate that if that was a thing nowadays. If people tried to nudge me on an instant messaging program, I would probably block them. Just be like, hey, pay attention to me. I'm like, I will when I'm free, when I'm not busy. But I was on MSN all the time. I had so much fun with it. But one thing I did like about AIM was like how you could have like the away messages and you could like format them, and I'd always put like the most emo lyrics in there. Oh, I don't even remember what my screen names were. Hold on, what if I go in my emails and I quickly... AIM... handle... I've had this email address since I was a teenager, so... it might actually mention something. If I go back to like my earliest emails from like 2005 or whatever, 2006. Got AIM, now try AOL, free for 50 days. This is an email from 2006. Oh my god. Oh, this is so funny. Hold on, let me just screenshot this email real quick. I still have emails from 2006. And I'm so glad I do, because it means I can search and see those. It doesn't say what the screen name is, though. I'm so sad, but I want to show you this email. All of the images are broken. It's so funny. Oh, this is from 2006. Oh, this is incredible. Oh, let me... okay. Let me put this on the screen. Please look at this. phenomenal email. Look at this. You received this email based on your interest in products and services offered by AOL Instant Messenger. Use your AIM screen name on AOL free for 50 days. We've reserved your new AIM screen name on AOL. It's yours for email, chats, and more, free for 50 days. AOL lets you express yourself and have fun online with cool super buddy icons in IMs, the latest music, movies, and games, simple picture sharing, awesome email and spam control tools, extra protection to help you guard against viruses and hackers. Click here to start your free 50-day trial. It's so funny, and it's like, offer is available to new members in the US. I'm not even from the US. It's not even relevant to me. I can't even use it. Oh, that's incredible. It doesn't even tell me the screen name I use, though. I've got so many of these emails, which is just like, hey, did you know you can also use your AIM name on AOL? I found one. Are you kidding me? Thank you. Your registration for AOL Network's screen name, Live in Disgrace, has been received. Live in Disgrace? Is that song lyrics? That's going to be song lyrics from something. Live in Disgrace lyrics. What song is this from? I have no idea. It's going to be song lyrics from something. Oh, it's Dirty Pretty Things, Deadwood. Oh, this is so funny. This is so funny. I know when I should live in disgrace, not dig up the Deadwood. Oh, I remember it now. Oh my god. Wow, that is a band I have not thought about in years. Oh, wow. That's incredible. Wow. I'd forgotten this song even existed. Oh my goodness. Blast from the past. Why am I doing this to myself? Thank you for confirming your free AOL network screen name. That's incredible. That's so funny. I love that I'd literally forgotten that song even exists. Until now, because of me registering it as my AIM screen name. That's so funny. Oh, why did I even look that up? Now I feel so old. I feel so old. That's from 2006. But anyway, yeah, I'm really young, you guys. I'm really young. I'm in my mid-20s. Yeah, if you want to believe that. Yeah, I'm definitely don't worry about it. Yeah, I was like 5 years old doing all this stuff. Don't worry. Didn't make your own email till 2011. Oh, yeah, I think I made mine in 2006. Because my main Gmail email address is like, it's Funeral for a Friend lyrics. It's from a Funeral for a Friend song from 2006, from the hit Funeral for a Friend album, Hours. And I still use that email for a lot of things. I have multiple email accounts, but I still consider that one like my main one. Just because I can't be bothered to change my address for so many things, and it's so much easier. But, oh, incredible. Incredible, phenomenal. Anyway, after that tangent, where was I? I'm still looking for a picture of Susan. I can't find pictures of Susan. I want to find more of Val's photos. Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father. When was this? Yeah, 98, 99. So that's like recent then. So why does he not want anyone talking about it? Is there a different LBP? Because there was the article that was just like, he doesn't want to talk about LBP anymore. But it seems like that's his current job. That was from 96. He doesn't wish to talk about LBP in 96. I don't think that's the Lincoln baby photos. I think LBP is going to refer to something else as well, but what could it be? Because there's so many options in here. Like, we know that Lincoln baby photography is linked to him. But it's only from 98 to 99, and that article was from 96. So I don't think that is the LBP that's being referred to. He doesn't want to talk about an LBP from 96. So that's going to be related to something else. That's something I haven't figured out here. Oh, let's look up Operation Desert Saber. I haven't actually looked this up. It was the code name for a land offensive the US military performed against the Iraqi army. It was part of the larger Operation Desert Storm, also known as the Gulf War. Look up the Gulf War. No, it's all just the same stuff here. But yeah, that's how she lost her arm. Was severely injured by a landmine. There's a different LBP that he doesn't want to talk about, and I need to figure out what that is. The Sepia Award for Photojournalism. Let's look up Sepia Award. Or Sepia Award. Awarded to excellence in photojournalism each year. The organization that gives it out seems to be independent. They're not associated with any publications or companies you recognize. Let's look that up in telephoto. Okay, nothing. Let's look up LBP in telephoto. Let's just look up LBP in all of these things and see if anything shows up. Like, what could that stand for? Because the L could be Lincoln, it could be like anything else. It's something he doesn't want to talk to that might be associated with... It's got to be to do with something. Because this seems fine. It doesn't seem like... like he wouldn't want to talk about that. Like, I think he would want to talk about that. So I don't think that's what's referred to. That was like 98. And the article was 96, so it's a different LBP that he didn't want to talk about. Yeah, it probably was the lingerie thing. He was like, I don't want to hear about women's underwear right now. There. Nothing to do with the root trees there. I still think that might be a lie. I think it's relevant. Right, there, the death of Guy and Patricia. Yeah, because him and his wife died in a car accident. Yep. I feel like there's going to be more. It's more about Val. More about Val. Because we got the name from here, the corporate composition photography. I want to see the IRC chat logs. I want to read all of these. But yeah, then doing the Q&A. But then Val does not wish to answer any questions from his photojournalism days, nor does he wish to talk about LBP. But this was from 96. And he didn't start the Lincoln baby photography until 98. Unless it's like a startup that he's gonna do, but he doesn't want to talk about it yet because it's not like public knowledge. Unless L something photography. There could be something else. Web on the Web Paranormal Travel Agency. It's just... There we go, Web on the Web. Let's look up this again. I want to know about the spiritual vacations. I want to go on like a boy band cruise trip. That sounds like it'll be funny. Because that was in San Diego. A cool ghost ship. Right, I wonder if there's anything else about this if I look this up everywhere else. All of the periodicals, just anything about the photography. Anything, anywhere. Any information, any news. I want more from like the Gossip magazine. I want to search up more things in the Gossip magazine and get actual results from Picoty. Oh yeah, that's just the flower one. It's Picoty magazine. This has just got like everything. Let's look up Beanie Babies. Nothing. Look up Magic Eye images. Magic Eye. Nothing. Red Bull. Nope. All the hearsay that's fit to print. I really want to know more about this so badly. Right, because what else is on this list? The rest is like the Anonymom, which turned out to be false. This was the high-profile case, and then it turned out that they did the DNA test, and there was no correlation. The DNA proved that there was no relation. But yeah, ROOTTREEMANIA. All of this stuff. The I'm a Secret Root Tree episodes. Can I search that up? I'm a Secret Root Tree. No. I think I may have tried that last time. Yeah. Oh, Lauren's Diaries? Ooh. Oh yeah, no, I read those. It was the books from before. VHS releases of Gwyn's old movies, as well as countless other unauthorized biographies. Mm-hmm. Let's look up Clark again. There we go. This was when it was mentioned. Yeah, I think I already looked at this. It's very, very straightforward. Just 5 pieces, 6 pieces. Did I actually just look up 6 pieces? I don't think I did. No, I looked up the book, but I didn't look up the page about it. 6 Pieces, Unwrapping America's Sweetest Family by Sam Madsen was released in early '99, and perhaps assisted by the still relatively recent plane crash, shot to the top of the charts. Reviews were mixed, and its time on the bestsellers list was limited to only 2 months. Most reviewers agreed that the core of the book, about Samantha's fathers and the struggles they faced, was compelling, and that the takedown of the hypocrisy of Elias Roottree was deserved. However, many took umbrage with the timing of the release and the tone of the book, which seemed vindictive. Wow, I can't imagine why. The fallout from the book led to the Roottree Company scrambling to release a statement, and due to a conflict of leadership, famously released multiple conflicting official statements over 3 days. This confusing move was referenced in popular culture due to a late-night sketch about indecisionitis, but more traditional analysts have been calling it the Roottree Rift. A few months later, due to ROOTTREEMANIA, the book re-entered the charts and sold even better than the first time. Indecisionitis was a disease coined by a popular sketch show as part of a fake pharmaceutical advertisement for Jit Together. While the segment isn't fully about the Roottree Candy Company, it was released in the weeks after their bizarre response to the release of 6 Pieces by Sam Madsen, and references the recent news. In the sketch, the woman ordered a number 5 at a drive-through speaker. Then, after pulling forward, she changed her mind at the window, asking to switch it to a number 3. This caused a lengthy backup and annoyance amongst the restaurant's employees and other patrons. After she pulled away, as the employees began helping other customers, the same woman then barged into the restaurant and passed the current line, loudly complaining that she didn't receive her number 5. After this, the sketch transitioned from the restaurant scene into a pharmaceutical commercial. A doctor claims that the woman was suffering from indecisionitis, a disease that causes extreme confusion and irritability, and has recently been found to severely hinder the leaders of large corporations, but could also spread to humans. What? Yeah, they're not human. Imagine corporations. The doctor then recommends Jit Together, a fake pharmaceutical drug. Multiple testimonials use variations of the catchphrase, "When I can't make my tough decisions, I've got to get my jit together." I see. The final testimonial included a bald man in silhouette with a voice changer saying, "I'm not comfortable sharing who I am, but I am comfortable saying that before I took over my family's candy company, I really should have gotten my jit together." That's so funny. They made that to sound like Clark. Oh, how did they not get fired for that? That's so funny. Incredible. Amazing. Right, there's an older version of 6 Pieces. Oh yeah, that was just about the upcoming book. Oh, that's so interesting. I wonder if there's more information about, like, Edward Roottree now that the truth has come out. No, okay. Never mind. Wishful thinking. Yeah, that was all about the DNA tests. That was the hoax. ROOTTREEMANIA was the DNA test for 5Ps. Have I looked up 5Ps in the music magazine? Yeah, I did, and there's nothing there. What about the gossip one? No. What about Teen Blast? Oh, okay. There actually is something in Teen Blast about him. Incredible. 5Ps is popular and attractive enough that even though his music is not targeted towards teen girls, they seem to be paying attention anyways. While he hasn't done any interviews with the magazine, they've listed him amongst the hunky hotties for the past few months, with small bios that tell you various facts about him. This includes his real name, David, his birthday, February the 9th, 1977, his star sign, Aquarius, and where he grew up, foster care in Portland. A letter to the editor also claims that it's not possible that he was born in 1977, as he claimed on a song called 17 magazine that he turned 17 in 1992. The editor responds with a statement that they've reached out to his agent to ask about the song, and were told it wasn't performed by 5Ps and that they shouldn't print rumors. Oh! A song that he didn't perform called 17 magazine? By Dirty Davy. No, that was by him. Oh, that's them trying to cover up his sordid past. His bad, messed up past where he does profane lyrics. That's really funny. That's so funny. That's really funny. 17 magazines. Oh, magazines as in, like, bullets. I see. Okay. Is the title of an unreleased and controversial song by Dirty Davy. There's mentions of it on a few sites, claiming that it was on the first release of his first mixtape, but was removed. There's no audio or visual evidence of it existing, but there are independent accounts from people who have claimed to have heard it, and they do generally line up. According to their recollection, it was about many different loosely connected occurrences of the number 17, mostly violent. The intro states it was written on Davy's 17th birthday and involved a fictional but glorified series of murders at a fashion show for a teenage magazine with a similar name to the song title. The person doing the violence was apparently trying to beat Dahmer's high score. Jeffrey Dahmer had pleaded guilty to killing 16 people in 1992. Yikes! Due to major acts of gun violence in schools earlier this year and the subsequent backlash against violent music and video games, it is generally considered in very poor taste to bring it up. Most of the people that enjoy mentioning it online are either trolls trying to shock people or come from the morbidly curious corners of the internet. Oh my days. Wow. Wow. Well, yeah, we know that. So if you turn 17 in 92, it'd be 92, 82, 81, 80, 90, 8, yeah, 75, which lines up with what I got here. 75. Because that was when he was born, so we know that that one's 1975. That's when that happened. It was 75. Because that's when he was born. It could have happened 74. 5P's born in 75, so the affair would have been like just like 9 months before that. Ha ha ha. That's so funny that they're just like, no, he didn't do that song. This is just a fake birthday. It's really funny. Oh, incredible. "17 magazines. Nothing else anywhere else, I presume. I didn't expect to get that from Teen Blast magazine. This game is so fun. This game is so perfect in every way. This is what I love. Like when you get discoveries over the smallest things that you think might be irrelevant. Nothing is irrelevant. It's all relevant. Yeah, I've already locked in this stuff. Oh, I was going to look up to see if I have a website. Let's do that. I don't have a website. And 6 pieces. That's just about the book, yeah. That's a shame. I wish I had a website. I mean, I have a website personally, but... Nice. Right. What else can I follow up on here? I'd really love to get a photo of Susan. I'm not sure how to find a photo of her. Apparently there's 2. I still don't have it. And then the rest of these, we know that then Christine is this one. And that's locked in, so this is correct. So there's 2 more affairs that happen between these. We've got 1 and 2 here. And then, hold on. And then we've got another affair. Unmarried, 1 child. Affair. Divorced, 1 child. So we need to figure out what he's doing. Oh yeah, I don't have an exclamation point website command. To be fair, it's more of just like a web page at the moment. I do plan on making a website at some point. It's just not happened yet. But it's very easy to find. If you go in your web browser and type lirie.pink, it's there. I have the .pink domain. As soon as I saw that .pink was an option, I was like, I don't care if this costs more than a .com, I'm doing it. That is my website. And it also means I have the email address lirie@lirie.pink. But please don't just send random emails to that. It's like business email. Nice. The quote for pink. I got a pink puzzle, I got a gay puzzle, I got a crossword puzzle. All the puzzles you need. Right, because these are correct. I've got 2 correct ones here. And if I can get pictures, I can lock in the others. I don't have anything about Christine. I wonder, like, if there'd be a photo of that party. I bet there would be if I can find anything from Cicely Sanchez. Anything at all. What's all this about the factory in Brazil as well? He's got the whole world in his hands. Can I find out more about this? Modern Music Monthly. Butler County Times. Portland Telegraph. Miracle Root Tree. In Portland. Nothing in there. Let me just look up the Portland Telegraph again. See what it says. Yeah, it's just your run-of-the-mill newspaper. I don't know how much stuff has happened in Portland, though. Maybe I just searched Guy Hudson. Guy Hudson and Picoty. Oh, that's the cancelled book, yeah. I wanna read the book. I wanna read that book so bad. There, because it's the story used photos of Guy that Cicely did not own the rights to publish. But I wanna see them. I wanna see those pictures. Those are the pictures I need right now. Cicely Sanchez. I'm gonna look you up in everything. In case there is something. Oh, maybe like the... Okay, News Time has the lawsuit. There, News Time briefly covered a lawsuit between Ruby Spratt and Picoty magazine surrounding Cicely Sanchez. Picoty announced that they would be pulling their issue the following day, following the moment that Ruby Legal Enterprises threatened them. This caused the issue to sell faster than any other in the magazine's history, though only for a day. Even people that would never have normally purchased it went out of their way to buy one, just in case it would be worth something someday. It especially caught the eye of conspiracy theorists who assumed that anything worth suing over would have to be hiding something. An expert legal analyst from News Times states that it was unlikely that Ruby could have had the story pulled if it had gone to court, and Picotti likely got more eyes on it than it would have if the Root Trees just ignored the story. Isn't that always the way? It's the, if you tell someone not to look at something, they're going to want to look at it more situation. Teen Blast. Okay, telephoto. Any photos? No. Any Guy Hudson in Telephoto magazine? Teen Blast. Starlet, Silver Screen. Nothing. Telegraph. Picotti. Yeah, we got the Picotti one. There's the one. The News Time magazine was the one that kicked everything off. Is there anything else about Guy Hudson? Yeah, that's the one about him dying in the car accident. And about his twins as well. Incredible. Let me go back here for Guy Hudson. Yeah, he never had any legitimate kids, but he had so many illegitimate ones, including twins. That's so funny. Right, there's gotta be more pictures of Guy Hudson around. There's gotta be so much more, surely. There, because it's all about his, like, debauchery, his swinger parties, the large holiday parties. I think there's gonna be something about the parties somewhere. I just need to figure out how I can get information on them. I think going through the expense reports is going to help with that, because I searched one of them. Let's look up New Year's Eve Ball. Let's look it up in, like, the Butler County Times. Federal Business Watch, Music Monthly, News Time, Picotti, nothing, maybe not. 4th of July Spectacular feels like a specific name that could be, like, relevant to something, maybe. I need to find information about the parties. I need party information. Because he throws them, like, every year. Major expenses for all of the parties every year. Edward Roottree Retirement Party. I love that the retirement party costs the same as these ones, and then the presidential office refurbishment was like 52 grand. That's so funny. Like, why was he trying with, like, the butterscotch flavor? Like, there's nothing about the butterscotch anywhere. Where did, like, butterscotch come from? Because I'm pretty sure that wasn't one of the original flavors. Where did he get butterscotch from? I feel like the Chinese watermelon one as well is going to be relevant. That's like, because that started 1980, which would be perfect timing for another affair in China. There, Chinese word for watermelon. Like, why was he focusing on Chinese watermelon suddenly as a potential flavor? Unless something happened in China. Because we know he had business dealings there. I think the Brazil thing's going to be relevant as well. Just need to figure out how. Gotta figure out how. Because where was it? There was like a thing that mentioned the places. Yeah, that's I found the thing. Because there was Brazil, there was China, there was... Where else was there? I did write it down, didn't I? Maybe I didn't. Haha. Oh, his eyes on the sparrow. I never looked that up, I don't think. There we go. His Eye is on the Sparrow is a religious hymn. It has been covered over the years by many artists, so it's likely not very relevant to your search. The premise is that the singer realizes that they should not feel discouraged or disparaged by their troubles, as God is watching over every creature. If God can watch over and love something as small as a sparrow, then the singer knows that God is also there to watch over them. And that's Miracle's favorite hymn, huh? That's interesting. Yeah, because that was like when Mary Beth came and I felt a kinship ever since I heard her voice. Yo-ho-ho. Boo-boo-boo. Oh, yeah, if you were posting like suggestions and stuff, I still consider that backseating. Even if you're not sure yourself, if you suggest something that turns out to then be the answer, that means I can't find the answer myself because you just gave it to me. Like, even if you're not sure, it's still like... It's more fun when I can come to the conclusions myself, because that's why I play puzzle games. I like to be able to get all the discoveries myself. I'm very selfish in that way. But, I'm so... The fact that I don't have a picture of Susan Ford when there's two of them, and the fact that I can't find out more information about these other potential affairs, I'm like, there's something. I need to find out more about these parties. I need to know about the parties. The parties. Is there anyone else relevant here? Like Douglas Rosenberg, why were you unemployed? Why are you no longer employed? Edward Morrison, why were you sacked after like a year? Party. Roottree. Just, the Butler County Times has played host to many Roottree advertisements over the years for many of their products, including 5 pieces. They flood the results. Portland Telegraph, Silver Screen. Yeah, all of the results are just adverts. Flooded by adverts. How about the Herald? How about Business Watch? Yeah, all of these. I feel like telephoto is probably the direction to go in to try and find a photo. Hudson Wing. No other photos about the Hudson Wing. Because there's all the information about the Hudson Wing. But there aren't any photos or anything. Hum. I can't find anything. Ah. Are there any books that I'm missing? See, yeah, there was the Garnishing the Truth. They're credited to Garland and Zimmer. Oh, that's interesting. Released, it was actually quite successful after the duo appeared to promote it on a daytime talk show. So they co-wrote it then? Like, he got mad that the book was plagiarized, and then it was like, okay, but what if we both release it? Mark Zimmer and Steve Garland. Oh no, it's Garnishing the Truth. There! I've got it! Haha! Ha ha ha! I found it! They both had it! Also, Nero, hello! Welcome in! I don't know what... Don't worry about the lingerie pictures. There aren't any. There aren't any actual pictures. Don't worry about it. I was just Googling because I have to cross off every lead. And if I didn't check it out, then I wouldn't know it was not relevant. Don't worry about it. But hello! Welcome in! This stream is very much tales of debauchery and infidelity. This is just the stream of Guy Hudson cannot keep it in his pants, unfortunately. We're finding all of the illegitimate children of the root trees right now. It's okay, the root trees are dead, but we're making up for it with the amount of illegitimate children we're finding. Don't worry about it. Right, so this was the re-release of the book. The introduction is a series of acknowledgements from Steve. The first is, Christine, thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. You are the apple of my pie. The second is, to James and Robert, you're becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. I guess I'm a good teacher. James and Robert. Is that going to be the kids? It's going to be the kids. I'm just going to put James and Robert in, presuming that he did like... Oh no, it's James Garland. And Robert Garland. And they're both chefs. Taking after father. It might be the other way around. Robert might be the older one. I just kind of presume that the older one's mentioned first, probably. So that's going to be for the kids. And then the final is to Mark Zimmer. You proved my storytelling approach to recipes could be popular. Without you, this book couldn't exist. There's also a foreword by Mark Zimmer. I first met Steve in 1978 when he taught a cooking class. The next time I saw him was over a decade later when he was suing me for stealing his recipes. Yes, really. So you might wonder what I'm doing in this introduction. Well, it turns out that Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Instead of settling in court, we settled it at McCarran's brew house over a game of darts. They said they'd give us the first drink of the night free for an entire year for mentioning them. Perfect. Sorry, it's the distracting saxophone again. My bad. By the end of the day, he and I agreed we'd both rather make a ton of money together than spend a ton of money on lawyers. It's pretty rare to meet your best friends so late in life, but when I decided to retire, I moved to Boston just so we could hang out. So if you're browsing this book in a bookstore, please buy our book. We need more money for when the free beer runs out, and the bookstore could probably use the sale. That's actually such a great marketing strategy, and I love that. And I've got the kids' names now as well, so that's so good. McCarran's Brewhouse is a pub in Boston, and they have a website. Apparently the bar has been around for a long time. On the site, there's a list of famous people who have had a drink there, including former President of the United States, not of the Root Tree Company, Kennedy. There's also a few listings of television shows and books that have mentioned McCarran's, as well as how they came up. One of them is Garnishing the Truth, which the site has this to say about. Local and regular Stevie G wrote a book about food. We prefer cocktails, but he gave us a shout out and we ain't gonna say no to free press. So go grab a bite at his kid's joint Friday and then swing by to meet him for a drink. Oh, Friday. Friday, that's the kids. That's gonna be the kids. It's their restaurant. Oh, thank you for the dictionary narration. Hold on. Oh, it's getting so late in the stream, but I want to lock in all this stuff. I'm going to do a really fast dictionary read. Going to be a really fast one. We got the letter P very quickly, so I can still keep looking these things up. P, we got plastered. It's a short entry too, actually. Hold on. P, plastered. An informal adjective that means very drunk. For example, Guy Hudson was plastered when he slept with half these people, probably. The one before it is plasterboard, which is board made of plaster set between two sheets of paper used to line interior walls and ceilings. Yeah, plastered. Plastered. Friday is a fairly popular restaurant in Boston. They don't have a website, but many locals seem to mention them in various places. One more in-depth review explains that it's not a full restaurant, just a front door and a very small interior with a window. Unusually, the restaurant only serves vegetables, but a lot of reviews say that in spite of that, it's delicious. You also find a short story about it listed on a website called My Boston Homepage. Whoever runs the page seems to just link to random sites related to Boston, tell personal anecdotes related to Boston, and give their relatively short opinions on things in Boston. It's very unorganized. It has this to say about Friday. Wicked overrated. I saw it in Chef's Signature, so I went and there was a huge line and they didn't have a single meat dish. What's even the point? Chef's Signature? Is that going to be a food magazine? Chef's Signature is a magazine related to food and trendy restaurants. They cover subjects all over the United States. Chef's Signature. Friday. I got pictures. Yes. Chef's Signature covered Friday less than a year ago, right around the time you were doing your initial investigation. Each article in Chef's Signature tends to focus on a restaurant, and like the magazine's name implies, each restaurant lists the one main dish that the head chef is known for. Friday's signature is the samosa cone. The cover and main article has been added to your evidence. Right, let's have a look at it. We got some pictures. There they are, the brothers. The Garlands. Chef's Signature. Can a vegetarian diet be trendy? Targeted towards fans of unusual restaurants, featured James and Robert Garland on the cover of their November '98 issue. The two brothers open a small walk-up window in Boston called Friday, a play on the tie-dye shirts that the servers wear that exclusively serves vegetarian dishes. Most of the offerings are heavily inspired by the powerful spices found in Thai and Indian food. Their signature dish is the samosa cone, which from a distance somewhat resembles a traditional ice cream, complete with waffle pattern. Instead, it contains fried potatoes, pureed peas, carrots, and a special ginger-based sauce. Robert, who is 3 years younger than James, that's the order, jokes that although the age difference has left him delegated to wear the sous chef jacket his whole life, he doesn't mind. As a result, James answers most of the interviewer's questions. James credits his love for food and his culinary skills to their upbringing. Most kids hate vegetables growing up, but they don't have parents like we did. My father was a chef, and my mum grew up on a farm that supplied his restaurant. That's how they met. I don't have any memories from the farm or anything like that, since we moved here before I could even talk. But they told me stories. My dad's a great storyteller. He even wrote a book that partially helped fund Friday. When we moved, they were looking to open their own restaurant together. Unfortunately, they never got it off the ground. His line cook gig ended up being less temporary than he hoped, and she had to go back to work as a secretary even after Robert was born. Before we were old enough to go to school, we spent our days with my aunt. In the diner where he worked, my dad had no room for experimenting, so he'd exercise his skills at home on his days off. We'd always go shopping and cook as a family on those days, and even though we were hyper kids running around and causing a ruckus, those were some of our family's favourite memories since we were all together. Aww. Mom always had the eye for the best vegetables for him to work with, and she did her best to pass that on to us. According to the article, their parents, who are now retired, visit Friday often. They even have a signature dessert, the Sistine apple. Apple pie has always been my mum's favourite, and my dad always had this stupid line he used to make her laugh involving apple pie. Most people realise it's a Sistine Chapel pun and assume that's all there is to it, but it's actually secretly named after them, sort of. It's so cute! Anyway, so Robert's delegated to wearing the sous chef jacket. So we know this one's Robert, and this one's James. Oh, lock in before the end of the stream. That feels so good. That feels so good. We got a lock in. That's a perfect spot to end the stream at. We got all the kids. Booyah. Oh, feels good. Feels good to lock it in. We locked in Thomas Hughes as well, so we know this is right. Oh, wonderful. Right, I've gone over on time. So now it is time for me to save and quit. Oh, but that was so fun. That was so fun. I'm so excited for more. I'm going to be thinking of things to look up next time to try and get a picture of Susan somehow. But I think knowing about the restaurant and stuff now and knowing that the parents visit, I might be able to get a Christine photo through that, potentially. We will see. But yes, anyway, with that, I shall... Whoop. I'll head on over to here and we can find someone to send a raid on to. And then I can go and get some dinner because I'm really hungry. And I did not realize it until now. I did not have a substantial lunch today. And I probably should have. But it's okay. I will eat tonight. But yeah, thank you. This was really fun though. I feel like I locked in so many things. I love that I managed to get the whole, like, the second infidelity one, the miracle one. Getting all of that locked in feels really good. And I'm making really good progress with Guy Hudson as well. Oh, it was fun. But yes, it is now time for me to go and get some food. And find someone to send a raid onto. Oh, I could raid Mari. Mari's starting ROOTTREEMANIA. I could go from ROOTTREEMANIA to ROOTTREEMANIA, but then I'm worried that I might go into it and she'll be looking at something I haven't found yet, so maybe I won't do that. But if anyone wants another ROOTTREE stream, Marigato's streaming it right now. Who else is online? Who shall I raid? Oh, there's so many people I know. Why is everyone live right now? It feels like everyone's online. I have so many people on my following list that are live. Oh, how do I decide? How do I make a decision? I'm so bad at deciding things. Maybe. Is there anyone I haven't raided in a while? Is there anyone? Hold on. Ooh. Oh, I know. I'll send the raid over to someone who I don't know if I've read. I know he's raided me. I don't think I've ever raided him. I'm going to send the raid over to Alec Lufton, who's currently playing some Pal World, which is, I know not much about it. But I don't think I've ever had the chance to raid him before, so this is exciting. I can send the raid to a friend I haven't raided. But yes, that is it from me for now. I'll be playing more Root Trees next week. But tomorrow I will be playing Homicipher, which is a game... it's apparently a romance game with horror creatures, and it's also a language deciphering puzzle game at the same time. So I have no idea what to expect. I don't know what it's going to be like. I think it's going to be a good time. I want to play it. I saw it. I was intrigued by it. I want to play it. We're going to learn what these monster men are saying. But yes, here is the raid message. There's the raid message. If you're subbed, we'll use the Lirie noted. And if not, we will send hearts. And we will send the genealogy raid onto Alec Lufton playing some Pal World. And then I will go and get some food. But I'll be back tomorrow. Don't worry about it. But yes, this was a very fruitful stream. This was a very fun time. And I am so glad that I discovered as much as I did. And I'm so excited for discovering more next time. But yes, that is it from me for now. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining me today. And until next time, bye-bye. I can do it.